Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Now in our world everyone is selfish, everyone thinks only about themselves, everyone is empty. It's a pity that nothing can be changed. An ordinary girl, like everyone else, thinks that she is special, but it's a pity that everyone is like that now. Kumi. How long will it take to wait for you? A woman of about 40 shouted behind a closed door. Mom, you know that I didn't want to go to karate today. Come on, come on. At least you'll get divorced. Okay, I'm already ready. I'll be late, as always, said a girl of about 15, running out of her room and taking the windbreaker from her mother, on the fly. Although it was summer, they said that it would get colder in the evening. The girl is Kokoroko Queenme, of average height, not to say that she is fat, but also not to say that she is too thin. The brown-eyed brunette ran through the park to the store, where she always met with her friend Liko Akio. Kumi, you're late. As always, I'll soon start to get used to it, Akio said, choosing crackers from behind the counter. Don't start, I'm already sick without you. Are you on a diet or something? I didn't want to shit on her, from now on I'll eat whatever I want. No matter what our senpai says. Well then you won't be able to meditate. Besides, you don't have time to eat crackers, we're late. Having said that, Kumi took her friend's hand and quickly dragged her to school. The school was small, 4 floors, and also a basement in which karate classes were held. There weren't many people there, the girls went straight to the women's locker room. Around her, as always, the already dressed guys were hanging around and talking loudly about something. They dispersed so quickly. Kumi shouted, taking her bag off her shoulder. Are you supposed to be the coolest guy here? A new, handsome guy came close to the girl. Why should I give you an autograph? The girl didn't move a single step. She was never afraid of a fight because she could always fight back. Guys, let's get out of here, the guy said, smiling somehow strangely. The girls changed clothes and went to the gym. Everyone there was already meditating to loud but calm music. Everyone meditated in different ways, some simply slept. Kumi took this seriously, because only here could she sit quietly and forget about everything. She went to karate only because here you can meditate calmly and correctly, and here you could fuck anyone and no one would say anything. I meditated only because I wanted to discover the chakra within myself and learn how to use it. Suddenly someone took her by the hand and dragged her outside. Since the music was playing loudly, no one noticed. What are you allowing yourself to do? Why did you drag me out onto the street, and who are you anyway? In the process, I am the first who dared to go against you. You are cheeky, I liked you, said the guy, hugging the girl to him. What it is? She looked to the side. Yes, you're strange, is it okay that I'm pestering you here? Look. They both looked in the same direction. The school was near a river. There was a large whirlpool in the river, which kept getting smaller and began to glow a little. Go here. Fast. No. The girl let the guy in and went to the river. The guy was completely bewildered. The girl reached the river, it became sharply cold. The whirlpool began to change colors. No. Don't go there. Come back. I should know. Maybe it's destined, maybe I need to go there, she said quietly and pinched herself, checking if it was true. You don't owe anyone anything. The guy still shouted. The whirlpool began to decrease. No longer hearing anything, the girl went into the water and, reaching the whirlpool, began to disappear. It didn't hurt, she just hadn't felt anything for a long time, both physically and mentally. No, don't. Are you suicidal? Having not heard the answer, he went after Kumi. The whirlpool disappeared, although there were still strong waves that carried the guy to the shore. Everyone from the basement, having finished meditating and hearing knocks from outside, ran out. At first, nothing was clear. There were strong waves in the river, the guy was passed out on the shore, Kumi was not among the karatekas. Akio ran up to the guy, began to bring him to his senses and ask where Kumi had gone, but he was still lying unconscious. Where am I? Did I die along the way or am I dreaming? Is my life over? Hanging her head, the girl began to cry without understanding why she lived at all. What are you talking about there? The prisoners escaped. Come on, we need to return them, said the black-eyed guy and left some room. Now I don't understand anything at all. And why am I not wearing white shorts? What is this red hair? And what is this feeling? Okay, I'll go get the guy. Where are we going? I have to ask you this, you are our censor. Stop. 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 My head is a complete mess right now. Red hair, censor. No, this can't be. It can't, or maybe. So what kind of stupid thoughts? What happened? I went into the water and this. Stop. I remember something else, Orochimaru. Why, out of all the anime characters, did I remember him? Sasuke, okay, that didn't go anywhere yet, well, Auric is a bummer. But if you check. Buhahashenki. Sasuke. What? Why don't you have a 3-meter neck? What the hell is going on here? Why do I feel this fear? What are you talking about? Suddenly the girl is no longer known, she ran away, crashed into a tree and fell. What, is this really true? Yes. This is true. Let's go quickly, I still have training. Since Kumi already realized that she was Karin and that she could not change history now, she went with Sasuke. She read manga and watched cartoons, so she remembered who was where. After Sasuke knocked everyone out and Karin sealed them in a scroll so as not to drag themselves back and forth, they went to Orochimaru. We've already delivered everyone, the girl said, smiling. What is this? Are you healthy? What's wrong with your chakra? Orochimaru-san is just, well, in general it's simple. Okay, let's go train. Sasuke said and left the room with his teacher, leaving Karin with her thoughts. So how do we understand this? Of course, I like it all, but knowing what will happen to me, I somehow don't really want to be here. And what about my mother, my sister there? So, I don't know yet what's going on me for the techniques, but in the cartoon Karin is only a censor and a weakling. Okay, Auric said that my chakra has somehow changed, which means I can check what my element is and learn different techniques. So, well, why would I start? All my relatives and acquaintances stayed behind. Knows how many galaxies or something like that. It's just crazy, I was always looking for adventures on my butt. What kind of shelter is this anyway? Is it that now I have to look after these guinea pigs? There is no one, everyone left me. The girl began to cry. Not understanding why, she always did not want to be in that world. That's it. The girl said, wiping away her tears. As they say, what I fought for, that's what I ran into. After these words, Karin went outside and began to think again. So, I'll still have to go to the village for groceries and other nonsense. I'll buy a few chakra leaves there. What will happen next? The girl asked herself all the time. Almost the whole day passed, her subordinates often called her, asking where the prisoners should be distributed. Orochimaru did not spend much on the shelter, so it was almost invisible in the forest, and besides, the main part was located deep under the river. She lay down on her bed, after they showed her where she was, gave her an unkind look and left. The next day, with a pain in my head, I got out of bed, did my morning procedures and went out to everyone. Thoughts did not leave her even one step. If everyone here is not guilty, but simply victims of fate, then what should I do? Help them and come to terms with their fate, or completely change this world and live normally? If I want to change this world, then I must save from death those who will be able to help me. But I only know a few techniques, I have not developed the techniques of my clan. The girl was still thinking. And then she finally decided to find out the elements and went to the deputy. I went to the village to buy groceries. Do I need anything other than groceries? Did you go grocery shopping yourself? The guy who was talking to her almost fell out of his chair. What are you doing? The girl was also surprised. What are you doing? First you forget where your room is, now the village. What is happening to you? Nothing. Well, if you don't need anything, then I'll go. The girl quickly turned around and left so as not to hear these questions. So we just recently became stingy, the guy shouted after the two-room girl. When she heard this, she was happy because she didn't have to carry full bags of groceries. Karin reached a small village, went into the first store she came across, since she didn't know anyone, and started asking. Excuse me, but where can I buy sheets here, through which I can find out the elements? The girl asked, smiling innocently. So it's all in my store. Anything, vests, padding, bandanas, sheets. No, I just need sheets. Okay, how old are you? Frowning a little, said the old saleswoman. 5 pieces. Here you go, you have 2 ryu. The girl gave the money and went to her new home. Stopping near a house in the forest, Karin began to check what her element was. Oh la la, my zipper came undone. Karin directed chakra into the leaf and began to remember how Kakashi said there. So if it gets wet, then the element is water. Now what to do? The girl, perplexed, began to come up with a plan of salvation and revenge. So, I will need to get techniques with water elements. After I learn 2 techniques, I'll check the elements again. Well, if I have water, then now it's clear why I got here through the whirlpool. Naruto is now in training with Jiraiya. After all, he is only 15. So, there are a lot of ninjas here. In this house someone must have the element of water, should look at their personal affairs. I will have to wait in this hole for about a year until Sasuke kills Auric and comes here. As I understand it, that I'm the eldest in this house and can go anywhere. Great. With these thoughts, the girl headed down the corridors to look for her office. Since the new Karin still remembered what happened with the previous Karin, she found this office quickly. Immediately opening the table and looking through everyone's personal files, she began to wonder why she needed all this. The answer came by itself: to save this world. Seeing several good water elemental ninja, she stood up from her chair and headed to the special departments where they kept an eye on the prisoners. Hello, Remy. How are you doing? Is not boring? When she saw who she was looking for, she tried to evoke positive emotions. Hello, Karin. Not boring. The girl looked at Karin in bewilderment, not understanding what happened to her. Listen, your element seems to be water. Can you show me the techniques? Certainly. But you always said that you already know everything yourself. It was a long time ago and it's not true. And let's switch to you. When will you show me at least the easiest technique? Well, if that's what you want, then let's go now. I'll show you how to make a small wave using chakra. The girls went out into the street. The sun immediately hit their faces. Squinting a little, they went to the river. Remy immediately began to explain what the essence of the technique was. In general, it's like this: if the enemy is inexperienced, then he can easily be caught in this trap. To begin with, if the fight is on water, you need to concentrate chakra in your legs and learn to walk on water. Since Karin didn't even know how to do this yet, but she remembered exactly all the Naruto episodes, it happened about the third time. And now I'll show you the seals and how it happens. Rimi made several seals, tapped the water with her foot and a small wave appeared. Well, something like that. This, of course, cannot even defeat a chunin, but first learn how to do the small wave technique. Okay. You go, I'll train and keep a good eye there. The girl began to make seals. But the most that came out was just splashes of water. Completely desperate, she began to quickly make seals, it just didn't matter what they were, no matter why, and she simply jumped on the water. Suddenly a small luminous whirlpool appeared. At first the girl didn't know what to do, whether she could approach him or run. Maybe if she jumped there, she would end up in her own world. It was very scary. Karin ran after Rimi. Karin, what is this? It was clear that the girl was in great shock. Well, I basically did something wrong. I see that. How did you make this technique? The girl took the kunai and threw it right in the middle. The kunai immediately disappeared. Karin wondered, did he end up somewhere or was he just destroyed? I don't know. Yes, this is just a super duper technique, though if you try and add some kind of water dragon that would jump right out of the middle and capture the victim at any distance and could not be destroyed. Rimi was almost screaming. She hadn't been this happy for a long time. During the process, Rimi's imagination ran wild, but she's right about something. What if we really refine this technique? Karin also began to rejoice and laugh with her friend. It took a whole day to remember what she did then. Well, it later turned out that the girl first made circles in the water and made seals, snake, rabbit, dog, tiger. They began to write this down on a scroll. Since Karin remembered her entire past, she knew Japanese. It was later revealed that Rimi could not use this technique because she had little chakra. Why do you have more chakra? As far as I know, you've hardly ever used it before. How is this possible? Rimi stood in complete bewilderment. She was so indignant for more than 20 minutes. Karin had been fuming over her friend all this time, and her stomach was already starting to hurt and tears were flowing. So, everyone, Rimi, stop it, otherwise I'll die laughing here. Well, I don't know how this is possible. I should have eaten more porridge when I was a child. Okay. How do we make a dragon and why does the water constantly glow in different colors? I'll come up with a dragon soon. I don't know about the color, maybe I'm investing a lot of chakra. So a week passed. Karin worked on 2 techniques at once, on this one and on that one, to save Jiraiya, Asuma and the others. She wrote down the achievements of the second technique in Russian letters on a scroll. She also trained her sensor abilities in order to sense the chakra of a certain person for several kilometers. Because I wanted to follow the events of Naruto as well. True, for this it was necessary to meditate for about 2 hours. Everyone noticed how Karin had changed, she became more friendly, sociable, and strong. Some boys even began to flock to her, although she immediately made it clear to them that she was not interested in them. There are only 2 months left until Asuma's assassination, and the technique isn't even planned yet. They became very good friends with Rimi. Well, just a little more and maybe you'll turn out to be a dragon. Yes, Rimi. I had this little idea. Come on, post it quickly. The girl started jumping on the water and dousing her friend. So, stop it. Karin took as much water as she could with chakra and poured it all on Rimi, who, in turn, immediately calmed down. Well, let's continue. So, you see that I'm just walking in circles, but what if I stand in the middle and use my chakra to start raising water and forming a dragon? Without waiting for an answer, she immediately began running in circles through the water, making a whirlpool. stood in the middle and raised the water with chakra. The dragon also turned out to be multicolored and large. To check, she pointed the dragon at a hawk flying in the sky. The dragon immediately grabbed the bird with his teeth and dragged him into the whirlpool. The water almost immediately became smooth and without waves, as if nothing had happened. Hooray, you did it! Well, everything worked out. I'm tired and will go to bed. No excuses will be accepted. Bye. Without turning around, Karin went to her room. She was tired, of course, but she still worked on the second technique. Then she got tired of this activity and fell asleep right on the floor. I had a strange dream, as if she was performing a summoning technique and her loved ones appeared in the anime world. Tears involuntarily rolled down my cheeks. When I woke up, I immediately ran to my office and started looking through my personal files. To learn the technique of summoning and enter into a contract with animals, she must be shown the seals. Having found the first person who specializes in this, I ran to him. Hello. What's on your head and why were you running like that? Hello, Yuko. I always had hair on my head. Listen, you seem to only call your birds, right? The guy only nodded in response, still recovering from shock. So, show me the return call. I want to make a contract with animals that suit me. Okay, I'll show you, but knowing how you trained recently, I forbid you to go there until your chakra is restored. The guy showed the seals. Karin left to restore chakra, get ready, eat, remembering Naruto. Having gathered, I went to Rimi. Hello. Listen, today I will perform the reverse summoning technique, you are in charge. Why did you suddenly decide to sign a contract with animals? I said everything. Bye. Immediately running away somewhere, Karin began to think, yes, the conversation was short. Why did I immediately jump in and decide to learn this technique? Come on, it's easy. Or not. The girl stopped in the forest and immediately began to carry out her plans. Here is the last seal and it ends up in a strange place. No longer afraid of anything, she went forward. Suddenly a small baby ran quickly in front of the girl. Oh, so? Well, run, I'll do it myself. Throwing a medium-sized stone, she moved on. Just as quickly as the fennec, a large blue bird-like creature appeared in front of the girl. Excuse me, where did I end up? You? I completed the call back and ended up here, but by the way, where am I? Clear. You are in the Shrine of Lightning. I am the god of lightning. Did you see my brother pass here recently? I would say that it flew by. The girl stood in bewilderment. No, he passed. Since our element is lightning, everyone here is so fast. The legend said that before chaos began in your world, a person would come here. Looks like a great war is coming soon, doesn't it? Yes, you are right. I know you want to sign a contract with us, but I have to warn you. Now you can still return to your world, or you can stay here and be reborn into one of us. If you sign a contract with us, you will have to jump off the highest cliff. You will fall faster than lightning and may not survive. The cells of the body will disintegrate. Only those who are strong in heart and soul can survive. I'm not forcing you, it's just that according to legend you have to jump. It says that when you return, you will have to recreate your family with the strongest and kindest person. I don't know how you will find him, of course, if you survive here, the god of lightning said with mockery. Just knowing you, you cannot be strong. And at the same time kind. You are the first person to get here and this is your decision. I decided. I agree. The lightning god didn't even ask if it was true, seeing the strength and desire in her eyes. Okay, here's the scroll, you know what to do. The girl did everything as Naruto did when he signed the contract with the toads. I want to see your strength. You must climb out onto the cliff yourself and jump. You can't return home. I'm coming. Karin turned around and ran towards the rock. She ran for a very long time. She had almost no strength, but she understood that she had to. This rainy place had many high mountains, full of thunderclouds. It was quite dark, cold, and to top it off, it was raining like buckets. Many birds were rushing about below, either they were trying to hide from the rain, or they were just running around. There were also strange tall trees. And now the girl almost reached the very top. No one was visible below, only clouds black as smoke. She stood at the very top, thin as a needle. Here the rain fell even harder, although it seemed that it could not get any heavier. All thoughts were mixed up. Of course, I love rain, I love bad weather. Anything except the sun. That's probably why I ended up here. But I can die, I won't save anyone at all. But that dream, it meant something. Perhaps I can really move my loved ones here. The first person, and from another world at that, and what did he mean when he said that I would become one of them? If I survive here, I will have to look for my betrothed. Zvizdits. Everything has already been decided for me. And how do I need to look for him if I have to be with Sasuke all the time? I don't think he's kind. Moreover, I don't like him that much. If everyone here is working according to Madara's plan, then about he doesn't know me. So I have to create my own plan, even better. But where will I find my betrothed? I've always been a dreamer, but now I can die and won't have to do any of this. But still I want to see my friends and family at least once again. I have to make up my mind without thinking. I didn't think about it when I signed the contract and don't think about it now. With these thoughts the girl jumped. Karin flew very quickly, faster than lightning itself. The cells of her body were disintegrating on their own, but she believed that she would survive and that she would be able to transport her family to a world without wars. It was very painful, she screamed loudly, but through the speed she could not even hear her thoughts. Of those passing by or flying by, no one saw her and did not know where she was now. Even though the girl was scattered into small pieces, she still felt surges of new strength, and therefore could not be completely reborn, because in order to be reborn, one must die. To help Karin, God fired 100 lightning bolts at her. He knew that if she was reborn now, then she was the child from the legend. As soon as the girl died, a new creature, similar to a bird, immediately began to be born. She transformed and landed straight on her feet. You are the child from the legend. Your fate is very difficult, but I know you will survive and be happy. And now, after you have been reborn, you must train. If I'm not mistaken, then your second element is water. The girl just nodded in response. This is good, because with the help of water you can create clouds and then simply control lightning. And now you will train. Excuse me, how long did it take me to fall? You've been falling for a year. Compared to your time, only 1 day has passed. As I already said, you will have to be here for a long time to train. You will connect with your spiritual self. You will also learn our techniques and be reborn at any time. Okay, what do you eat? We feed spiritually. This is how Karin was reborn. Time passed very quickly. The god of lightning personally taught the girl, because she is now his closest sister. The girl changed a lot. Her red hair became wings, with the help of which she moved. She no longer needed glasses, everything was clearly visible through the eyes of a hawk. She was very happy about all this. Then the lightning god said that he knew from the very beginning that she was an unusual person. They trained for a long time. After she found her, began to understand a lot, consult with her brother and come up with a plan. They developed a technique to save Asuma, Jiraiya, and others. The newly made Karin learned to move at the same speed as Minato, learned the Chidori technique and much more. She also counted the years to save Asuma. So 48 years passed. Brother Sensei, I need to go home already. But you haven't finished training yet. The lightning god began to get angry. But brother sensei, you said that I'm not like everyone else and that I decide my own destiny. Okay, we can't argue against you, but remember, now you are vulnerable, only after 1,000 years will you be able to stop aging and restore youth. Learn to learn from the mistakes of others and remember, this is your home, you can come back whenever you want. Goodbye. Kai. Karin was transported to her own human anime world. She was very glad to find herself, although not in her real world, but still in the human one. Although, who knows, maybe this was always her world. The girl found herself in the same place in the forest and immediately rushed home. Having already seen her home, the girl immediately walked into the middle. Nothing has changed, neither the interior nor the people. Immediately, of course, everyone began to greet and ask questions, but Karin immediately ran to Remy to at least tell someone where she had disappeared. Hello, what is this revolution in my office? Hello, the girl tried to hide her fear and surprise from surprise. What are you doing here? I actually came home and to work. So what kind of revolution is this? Karin has already started screaming. And where are all my things? Well, in general, I thought that you had been gone for a long time and decided to quickly grab my place. I thought we were friends. No, you're all, again, without allowing her to finish, Karin interrupted the girl and began to push through her speech. Misunderstood. Oh yeah. I always get it wrong. It's always my fault. But shrimp, the sea is nearby. Now I'm speaking and don't you dare interrupt me, because you'll get screwed. And so, I come to my home, and here my so-called friend, Karin began to pace around the room and make quotation marks in the air, hopes that I'm dead and is setting up a place for herself. No, of course, I understand everything, I was gone for 48 days, but I said that I would return. Now give me at least one reason why I shouldn't wipe you off the face of the earth or drive you out of here. Let's talk calmly and call everyone here, let them decide which of us can be the commander. Since the commander can be either the strongest, or the one who brings the most benefit, then I will be the commander. Are you pushing yourself? Snot. You're the one who's running into trouble, if you remember the fact that it was I who taught you. Now we invite everyone here. After everyone had gathered in the corridor in front of the same office, the girls began to talk. As you can see, Karin came alive and unharmed. The question arose, which of us will be the commander? Fight to the death. Several people shouted from the crowd and some supported. Some were against it, after all, they had to lose one of the girls. Let's go outside. Karin said loudly and indifferently, so much so that some people even shuddered. After everyone went outside, both girls became far away from each other. Remy immediately began to attack, Karin quickly reborn and became similar to Sasuke, only now she noticed it in the water. The body is also incomprehensibly blue or gray, the hair has become longer in some kind of ashen color, red wings with small claws, the eyes are more expressive, like those of a hawk. In this form, Karin stopped the girl's attack and calmly began to walk in circles in the water, starting a monologue. So, I can't leave you here after you tried to kill me. The voice also changed, becoming rougher and at the same time ringing. Everyone present was clearly shocked by this turn of events. But I allow you to leave before I change my mind, because I will kill you faster than you can say ramen. I said everything clearly, one more technique against me and you're dead. Are you all standing here, are you so interested in which of us is stronger? If so, then you have seen and can now go from here. I'm not afraid of you. You have always been selfish and never let anyone get close to you. I never wanted to be friends with you, I just used you. The girl had to stop with these words, because she saw a huge water dragon with lightning in its eyes. Immediately, and with great speed, he began to approach Remy. No matter how she tried to escape, the dragon caught up with her, grabbed her with his teeth and sealed her in a small bundle of paper. It is impossible to escape from this technique. Now let's go to the house. Giving everyone an unkind look, she went into the house. Some were still standing there and discussing something. Some were for Karin, others were against, but they didn't say anything bad. 2 more days passed like this. After this thrashing, no one wanted to hurt Karin. Everything was as usual until the girl released the prisoners who had not yet been experimented on. Everyone thanked her and said that they owed her money. Half of them went away, the other half stayed to serve Karin. The team that previously looked after these prisoners were against it because they served Orochimaru, and tried to dissuade her from this idea, but after an evil look, all thoughts were confused and they dispersed to other teams. Karin, knowing that there would soon be a war, began to train them, learning information about each. Most of all she liked the fact that they knew what she did to Rimi, but they still loved her as a relative. More time passed. Tomorrow they were supposed to kill Asuma. She felt this in her chakra. Karin began to prepare. The meaning of the technique was this: using the element of lightning, very quickly summon the body, soul, and mind exactly to the place where the chakra is directed. If you don't have time, you can only summon the soul, you can only summon the mind, you can only summon the body. Although the body is called last. And if you call only the soul or mind, then you need to use a living person, or create a clone that will not evaporate if you hurt him. The girl did not yet know how to create such clones, so she decided to transfer her mind and soul into Rimi's body. It was not for nothing that she sealed her and left her alive. The so-called former prisoners helped. In a dark room they drew a star with blood and placed candles at the ends. Karin sat in a circle in front of the star and accumulated chakra. In the middle of the star, on a chair, sat tied up Rimi, passed out. True, Karin was still figuring out how the girl would turn out to be Asuma. Finally, she felt the whole fight, she felt all the pain, all the fear. It was very unpleasant. I wanted to be transported to them and help, but it was impossible. Here Kakuzu enters the battle and sews Heiden's head back on, when Rimi wakes up and begins to cry. Karin, forgive me, I know that I will die soon. After all, you tied me to a chair for a reason, but I just want you to know that I was telling a lie then. I always wanted to be friends with you, I could even tolerate your character. It's just hard for me to live here. I thought that you would kill me there. Although, I'll just say, I know that you are not Karin and you are funnier than her. Sorry if something is wrong. With these words, Asuma's soul and mind were transferred to Rimi, and his body remained there, so that everyone would think that he had died. I forgive you, Rimi, said Karin with tears in her eyes. She still didn't know whether the technique worked correctly or not, and with the hope that she saved Asuma, and that her friend had not died in vain, she looked at the immobilized body. Karin fell asleep right in the circle when she was waiting for Asuma to wake up. When she woke up, she saw that Asuma had been reborn, and there was no trace left of Rimi. Of course, it was a shame because she missed the rebirth, but immediately remembering her mission, she began to check if everything was okay with the guy. Everything was fine with Asuma, his pulse was normal, his blood pressure was normal, it looked like he was just sleeping. Thinking that he should be left, the girl left the room and went to the dining room. Everything was there as always, those prisoners whom Karin freed freely joined the team. Everyone was sitting in the same dining room and heatedly discussing something. The crowd cheered for Karin-san. Taking 3 sandwiches, 1 for herself and 2 for Asuma, she headed back. The girl came in and saw the sensei barely moving. Well, there were 2 reasons. He was tied to a chair. After the battle with Haiden, he had no strength. Asuma-sensei, don't move. You can't get up now anyway. I brought you sandwiches, will you? What am I doing here? And where am I? Let's start with the fact that you didn't die. I saved you and took you to my house. You will be here for some time, don't be afraid. Kurenai-sensei will chew on this and your child too. Now I need your help. There will be a war soon, and if I had not saved you, they would definitely have been resurrected there. You will stay here for some time, and when you come home, you will continue to train your team and teach Naruto air techniques. You will forget about me. Just remember, the more powerful techniques he knows, the better. Who are you? I'm Karin, but you'll forget it anyway. What war? I can't say everything now, this is not part of my plan. Now I'll untie you and you won't run away, you just won't have enough strength and I'll catch up anyway. The girl untied Asuma, who then sat quietly, realizing that she was anything but an enemy. Here are your sandwiches. You will stay here for about a day and restore your chakra. Then you go home, you forget me, you say that someone saved you, but you don't know who. They will check you, everything will be fine and train strong shinobi there. Okay, what does Naruto have to do with it? He must be strong. Here's your bed. The girl pointed to a small bed with a blanket and began to talk further, wiping the blood from the floor with her foot. This is your room. You can sleep, I'll be here in 10 hours. Without waiting for an answer, she went out, smiled sweetly to at least somehow cheer him up, and slammed the door. Asuma didn't even plan anything, he had many wounds, except mortal ones, this was the essence of the technique. Sensei finished his sandwiches and went to bed. Karin went to the dining room and gave orders to everyone along the way. She was not cruel, everyone understood this, at the same time they remembered the incident with Rimi. Arriving at the canteen without incident, I saw her deputies drinking sake there. Having taken all the sake and giving them a kick in the ass, she sat down at the table and began to think. I don't have any friends here anymore, but they're not included in my plans either. I need to train a lot now, otherwise when I use this technique, more or less chakra goes away. Apparently, Sasuke will soon kill Auric, well they won't be able to come to an agreement. We need to come up with something against the bespectacled guy, otherwise this idiot will show himself during the war. Moreover, you need to learn how to make a clone that will not dispel as soon as he is scratched. And you also need to refine the technique, choose the right moment and call Akio here. I wonder how my family is doing, and how much time has passed there. My brother and I made a lot of plans, but we still didn't understand how to kill Toby. He promised to come up with something, we'll have to move to him. The guy ran in with these thoughts. Karin-chan, the man you saved is trying to escape. What? I was sure he wouldn't run away. Looks like he decided to save his memories and come here with the umbu. The girl said to herself and realized that not everything always goes according to plan. Where did he run? On north. I'm coming. Almost turning over the table, the girl ran out of the house and ran north. It looks like he turned west. Will he really run in circles like that? But nothing, he won't run away. Karin quickened her pace and ran to the west. Having caught up and seeing Asuma with a bleeding wound, she began to bandage him with her own t-shirt. Then she said that now he was ready to go to Konoha and gave him a parting gift. She deleted pieces of memory with the presence of the girl's appearance and the location of the house. Immediately after this, she jumped onto a high branch so that Asuma would not notice her and went to Konoha. And so it happened. Karin went home, collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Every time the girl fell asleep, she kept having the same dream, that her loved ones were in a world without warriors, in the world of Naruto. Every morning Karin woke up with tears, she really missed her family, but here she never found the person she loved. The day began as always, the girl gave orders and went to train. In a green clearing almost without trees, there was no one except the girl. It was good to meditate until Karin remembered that incident at the gym again. To forget herself, she began training taijutsu with her clones. Having finished with this, she went to have dinner and check the situation in the so-called house, because home is usually called the place where you are expected and where you can return. After eating sandwiches and tea, as usual, Karin went into the room to get a scroll, which described in Russian the technique of moving a person from one world to another. Blinsky. What am I doing wrong? Why doesn't it work? I need to go to my brother, I can't handle it on my own. With these words, having made reverse summoning seals, the kunoichi moved to the world of lightning. Everything was the same as last time, everyone was rushing back and forth, a strong wind was blowing, rain was dripping and lightning was flashing. The girl also began to rush around quickly and look for her stepbrother. Ni-san. The girl mumbled, having found the god of lightning. Have you come up with something about bringing my friend here? Yes, but I don't know if it will help. Just come on. Karin couldn't bear to see and talk to her friend. Quiet. I'm saying I don't know if this technique will work or not. So, listen, you were transported here through water? The girl just nodded. So, you can transfer it here with great speed and water techniques. You also have to want it more than anything, otherwise she may get stuck between two worlds. Wait, what do you mean, it might get stuck? Well, neither here nor there. If it gets stuck, you will have to modify the equipment and look for it. She won't die. In response, the god of lightning just shrugged. Having completely dropped and said nothing, the kunoichi walked away. Almost bursting into tears, she began to think, of course, if she gets stuck between the worlds, I'll get her no matter what, but if she dies, I won't forgive myself for this. But I've always succeeded and I should succeed now. Okay, tell me what needs to be done. Are you sure? I'm already on edge. I have decided and I am not going to change my mind. Just like that. The girl expressed her emotions, waving her arms and shouting to the whole area. If there was someone else here, I would have killed him already, but you are an exception. That's right, that's the attitude I wanted to see. So, first you are transported to your world at great speed, then with the help of water you capture the soul and mind of the person you want to take with you, and at the same speed, so as not to get stuck anywhere, you are transported here. But the body won't work? No. Another thing is that a person will be transported into another person who is most suitable for him. You'll have to find out where she went. Okay, what seals? The lightning god began to explain everything in detail, what and how. He showed various scrolls that described the effects of seals and techniques. For this technique I had to come up with my own seal, because in the other world there are no seals at all. Karin tried as best she could, because she knew that she was doing all this not for herself, but for her best friend. She stayed up late working on the new seal, but she knew what she was getting into and so she didn't complain. In addition to information about seals, she learned a lot about the whirlpool portal through which she came to this world. She was interested in why it glowed in different colors. The girl knew from the very beginning that this was an unusual whirlpool, but curiosity took its toll. From ancient sources, from legend, it turned out that Karin or Kumi's chakra changed for the better after the girl was transported to this world. After working and training in the world of lightning for about another year, the moment of truth came. She said goodbye to everyone and, completely upset, realized that she would have to look for a friend in other people. And so, sitting in a special circle drawn with blood and water, Karin began to make seals. The lightning god just looked at all this, he knew that she would survive no matter what. Having made all the seals, the girl felt a sharp pain in her head, then in her back, and throughout her body, then her limbs began to disappear right before her eyes. This time it was clearly more painful than last time, maybe because the water was cold then. The girl felt that she was recovering, finding herself in an unusual place, where there were all kinds of circles, windows and doors. I started looking into them. She saw different worlds. Having found exactly the window she needed, she began to look for her friend, and found her surprisingly quickly. Thinking about who she might turn out to be there, maybe in some kind of person, maybe in an animal, maybe just flying in spirit, Karin plucked up courage and jumped out the window. Akio, she doesn't hear me. It seems that I cannot exist in this world as something alive. Okay, do I have chakra? There wasn't much chakra left, so she had to hurry home, because if she ran out of chakra here, she would die. Okay, we need to wait until she goes into her house so that no one sees Akio disappear. Akio was walking home from school at that time. After waiting for her friend to close the door behind her, Karin grabbed her friend's shoulders and dragged her back into the portal. What? Who are you? Hello Akio, how long have I not seen you? The girl rushed to hug her friend. Sorry. Where are we? Who are you? Akio asked more insistently. I am Queen Me, but in a different body. We're in the portal. When we find the door, we will go to Naruto's world. What are you talking about? I am telling the truth. When we find the door and get into that world, you will be in another body. You remember me, I won't know you. Now I will tell the politician, there will soon be a war, I am also participating in it, and you are with me. Akio's eyes widened in surprise, because she saw that Karin was not joking. Learn strong techniques, behave the way a person behaved before you possessed him. Oh, there's that door. Don't forget, I will find you. The girls held hands and jumped together into the open door. Both felt severe pain, and Akio fainted from shock. The girls parted ways, Akio flew away somewhere, and Karin headed towards the god of lightning. As soon as the girl was transported to the god of lightning, she fainted from the fact that there was almost no chakra and from the pain that was running throughout her body. When she was already half fainting, Karin felt that some kind of injection was being injected into her hand. She kept turning over in her head who looked like Akio, but no suitable options came to mind. She herself did not understand why she brought her friend here, although sometimes her help would be useful. After they injected B into my arm, my head stopped hurting and my eyes could even be opened. I'm home. Yes, you need to rest. The god of lightning said with some kindness in his voice. After she became his sister, he became kinder and more sensitive. Karin fell asleep, and thoughts kept spinning in her head. Well, what will happen next? Soon Sasuke will kill Auric and come for me. When should I look for Akio? It's good that the plan has already been thought up. Well, this is Obito, he might find out about me. Besides, what did Asuma tell Konoha? Yes, there are a lot of questions, but he knows when to deal with all this. That's enough, we need to take a break from this. Over time, Karin fell asleep with the thought that she was definitely safe here. Karin slept better than she had in a long time. Every day of training, you have to get up early, go to bed late, always come up with something new and at the same time not fall below the baseboard. The girl loved to fight, although only in her world, because there was no need to kill anyone. But the fighting spirit and strength were always present, wherever she was. And after watching the anime Naruto, I completely lost my mind. If Naruto himself had a motto, I will never give up, then Queen Me always had a motto, look at the world just crazy, and only then will you not only be able to survive, but also find happiness. As a matter of fact, she lived by this principle and reacted strangely to different situations. After Karin got out of bed, which surprisingly turned out to be easy, she went outside. There, as always, there is rain, wind, lightning. Everyone is running back and forth. But all this made my soul a little sad. Even though the girl loved dampness and slush, it was still bad. After all, she brought her friend into this world, but she will find her. Knows when, and who knows, maybe he will die before he finds it. Turning on her hyperspeed, that's what the girl called her technique, she began to look for her brother to say goodbye. So a little time passed and Karin found her missing item. Ni-san, I came to say goodbye. I am going home. About. Did you wake up yet? Why go home so quickly? Well, I have to wait until Sasuke comes for me. Moreover, if I look for Akio, I will check everyone's chakra to see how it has changed and what reasons could have caused it. Maybe it will work, the girl answered with sadness in her voice. Well, that's it, bye. After these words, the girl disappeared and was transported to her Naruto world. Karin found herself in a clearing, just like last time. She immediately ran into the house. There were a number of trusted people there. Having met one of them and catching her breath, the girl began to say, "Hello. How are you doing here? What date is today? Hello. It's okay, Dean and I are looking after everything here. Already tomorrow." These two guys, Dean and Ren, always understood the girl. They met when she passed by. Such handsome guys are hard to miss. They talked and then Karin saved Orochimaru's underlings. In fact, she trusted only these two in this house. Dean has already learned to sense chakra from a distance. It's good that you had time, otherwise what would we do here when this one comes? By the way, what about your friend? Ren said with a slightly perverted smile. Do not even hope. The girl realized what the guy was up to, smiled sweetly, patted him on the shoulder and went inside. She's clearly not as simple as she seems, the guy thought and went to his friend with a smile. Yes, I haven't even found a girlfriend yet, and they've already come up with nonsense here. They're idiots, but cool. I should go to the basement secret room so that no one bothers me when I'm checking my chakra. It's good that we met, not so just like last time. And thanks for that, as they say. With these thoughts, the girl locked herself in the room and began to meditate. Having thought about who she might at least roughly resemble, she checked everyone, but still couldn't find her friend. While she was checking, it got dark outside. Although the girl had recently had a month's worth of sleep, she still wanted to sleep. Karin fell asleep right on the cold but clean floor. I dreamed, as always, that everyone was happy, the world was kind and without wars. Early in the morning the girl woke up, many were still sleeping, some were standing on duty. Karin went to the kitchen, made some sandwiches. Since she never liked soup or anything like that, she felt sorry for the animals that were slaughtered, although she could sometimes make an exception for ramen. After eating, the girl went back to that room to watch the fight between Sasuke and Auric. Of course, she knew that now she just had to observe, and that Sasuke would come only the next day. She still sat and tuned into their wave. Everything happened as in the manga and cartoon. It's all over, nothing has changed. Okay. They're on their way. We can get ready. The girl thought and ran to put her things. Along the way, I told several gossips that Auric had died, so that everything would be believable. And that Sasuke would only come the next day. She still sat and tuned into their wave. Everything happened as in the manga and cartoon. It's all over, nothing has changed. Okay. They're on their way. We can get ready. The girl thought and ran to put her things. Along the way, I told several gossips that Auric had died, so that everything would be believable. And that Sasuke would only come the next day. She still sat and tuned into their wave. Everything happened as in the manga and cartoon. It's all over, nothing has changed. Okay. They're on their way. We can get ready. The girl thought and ran to put her things. Along the way, I told several gossips that Auric had died, so that everything would be believable. The girl collected some things. Then news reached her that several test subjects had died, although she did not order them to be killed. She told me what should be done and who should do it. The day was coming to an end. Few people knew that Sasuke would come soon. Everyone was just rushing back and forth, putting something together, preparing something. And then Suigetsu and Sasuke came. Hello, people, what is the fate here? We came for you. Sasuke answered coldly and indifferently. What makes you think that I will go with you? The girl, of course, knew that she would agree, but she had to break down. Come on. You don't have to go. Suigetsu immediately noticed that Karin had changed and he liked this change. But he remembered the old girl and still could not understand how she had changed. Okay, let's go to my office and talk. Everyone followed the girl peacefully. Suigetsu kept looking at the prisoners, although he didn't show it, but he felt sorry for them. Karin, give me the keys, I'll let the jailers out. Fine. With these words, the girl threw them to him, and she went into the office. Of course, like the cartoon, she didn't lock herself in the room with Sasuke. Although he was much more beautiful up close, his chakra was already pretty damaged and it made him feel uneasy. So, I'm putting together a team now. Yugo should also be with us. So are you coming? Yes, I went to get my things. The girl took the bag containing the most necessary things. She gave orders for everyone to disperse and cover this base. Why weren't they wiped off the face of the earth? Probably because this is a very good shelter and war is coming soon. This group, not yet established, did not walk for long to the next base. Karin immediately said that everyone there was crazy. Then she explained what it meant and they decided to go around this building, entering through the back door. Yes, the girl knew that she might have to kill Sasuke, but still now she just had to hold on. Kunoichi was also worried about her friend. Upon arrival at the back door, the team noticed a strange thing: the bodies of people lay on the sides, not corpses, but simply badly beaten. Of course, Sasuke was the first to open the door to Yugo's room. This time Karin did not send Suigetsu anywhere. Sasuke and Suigetsu were fighting with Yugo. The girl could not show her strength now. They fought for a long time until Karin explained how Kimimaro was connected to Sasuke. When Yugo finally joined the team, they went to Cat Lady. They met no one on the way. Since the Uchiha clan was near the village, and Karin was constantly trying to see some strange chakra on the way there, she felt it. Realizing that her friend was somewhere in the village, the girl began to think about when she could pick up or simply find out exactly where Akio was. Just like in the cartoon, they couldn't find anything on Yugo and Karin started laughing like crazy. Why are you laughing? Just, so, funny. And the girl burst into a new wave of laughter. During all this time there was nothing more interesting. Besides the fact that the girl was in thought all the time and had to be called several times. And Karin was thinking about how to save Jiraiya. If we find a place where we can roll over, then I can easily save Jiraiya. Moreover, I have almost learned to create a clone that does not evaporate at the first scratch. But it is also necessary to make sure that he was silent, listened and didn't say too much. We also need to make sure the guys don't find out about this. Yes, I feel like even Sherlock won't guess. Oh, I'll have fun. With these thoughts in mind, Karin found a place to spend the night for a few days and prepare for the battle with Itachi. Since no one except her brother knew what the girl's plan was, calm reigned in her thoughts. Just one day could not do without adventure. It was necessary for someone to shit on someone else, fight, and the like. So, while Karin was coming up with an excuse for which she could retire, Suigetsu managed to drive Yugo and Sasuke into a white heat. Although it was very difficult to get both of them out. Sasuke trained all the time and Suigetsu interfered with him. Yugo could barely restrain himself from killing someone, and then there was Suigetsu, who was bored. In general, when Karin came and reconciled everyone, sent everyone to do something, everything fell into place. In principle, no one touched her or noticed her if she didn't want it, so the girl quietly retired to her room. Since she almost learned how to make a clone, she had to use a living person. This man was from the shelter where Jugo was. Just when they returned, the girl sealed several on pieces of paper. It's not that Karin didn't have a scroll, it's just that this is a feature of the sealing. The sheet must be torn from the scroll on which the word man is written and the ends must be burned. As always, the girl drew a circle with blood and put a person in it. She was already accustomed to the fact that she had to kill, and this, with Orochimaru's mark, was not a pity. Karin began to tune into the wave of the battle, and their Jiraiya was already without one arm. She didn't yet know how to save the Sannin without pain noticing. But it still worked out, so when he dragged one of them into the toad's stomach, Karin was unable to take away his body and mind, because he was not near death. But when he found out that there was no real Nagato among them and the first iron stick was stuck into him, because even though they all flew at him, but they stuck the weapon within a few seconds of each other. Also, the girl waited until the old hermit toad left for Konoha. In these few seconds, the kunoichi managed to take the soul and mind of the Sannin from his body. Jiraiya was passed out, or rather the body of some person, the mind and soul of an old pervert. The girl thought that he would want to eat and all that, so she went to the kitchen to make something tasty. Arriving at the kitchen, she saw Suigetsu. "You have changed since our last meeting. It has become more normal, perhaps." "Wow. What a compliment," Karin said and grimaced so that Suigetsu didn't say anything else. She made a few sandwiches, as always, and went to her room. Yes, this Karin definitely did not look like the old one. If the previous Karin cut her hair so that it was not long, then the current kunoichi grew her hair to her waist. In addition, the girl was not in love with Sasuke until she lost her pulse and therefore no left-wing thoughts prevented her from working. She entered the room and saw not the prisoner, but Jiraiya. Missed it again. The girl swore and checked the Sannin's pulse. Everything is fine. Karin ate almost all the sandwiches while she waited for Jiraiya to wake up. In order to have at least something left from the munch and to distract herself, Karin began to change clothes. Suddenly the girl heard how Sanina had just come up with a new idea for his book. "Oh, you woke up." "Yeah." Sannin barely squeezed out of himself. He thought that he had already thrown off his skates. "You are alive, not dead. I saved you, I can kill you." Yes, he woke up at the most inconvenient moment. Why exactly when I was changing clothes? Calm, just calm. I just need to get dressed. Thinking about this, the girl began to quickly put on the first things that came to hand. It was black shorts, knee-high socks and a red sweater. Why so abruptly? Yes, he just almost died, but he's thinking about books. Enough. So this means, you really didn't die. I saved you. Okay, how do you know me? I know everything about you. Your sensei is the third Hokage, your friend is Orochimaru, your lover is Tsunade, your student is Minato, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato and Naruto. I can talk about you forever. I understand. How do you know all this? Doesn't matter. Only one thing is important now. Basically this, you wait here until Naruto kills Pain, and then you go to them and prepare for war. I see you have a hand, that's good, it's less work for me. Why should one of my students kill another? What war? How will Naruto kill Pain if I couldn't? Tell you, huh? The hermit only nodded in response, because he was tied and had no strength at all. Okay. Everyone thinks that you are dead. Naruto will be a hermit, he will be angry and he will have 8 tails, the 9th will stop Minato. Then Naruto comes to an agreement with Pain, Nagato, as a hero, will sacrifice himself and resurrect everyone he killed. Then you come and don't allow Nagato to be buried anywhere, otherwise if he falls into the hands of Tobi or Madara, or Obito, then it will be an ass. Well, do you understand now? The girl said everything with such ease that Jiraiya almost fell along with the chair. Yes. Why should I sit here? You will not be here, I will seal you. You won't leave because that's not part of my plan. Oh, yes, even now you won't run away, I'll untie you and you'll lie down on my bed. Where can I run away from you? Besides, you need to rest. With these words, he calmly fell onto the bed and fell asleep like a small child. We'll talk tomorrow. The girl turned off the light and left the room to train or pester Suigetsu. The next day started well. Karin made sure that no one entered her room because Jiraiya was there. It was already almost noon, and he was still sleeping, and the girl decided to wake him up. He slept very soundly, so the kunoichi brought cold, almost icy water and poured it on him. "What are you doing?" said the Sannin, wiping the water from his face. "You slept for a long time, besides, we might get caught. How can I explain to them who you are?" "To whom, to them?" "Never mind. I need to seal you." "What? What are you, anyway?" "Calm down." The girl said calmly and touched Jiraiya so that he would understand that she was a friend. "Like this. Now I'll explain. I will seal you, but you will be able to communicate with me and no one will know about it. You can see everything that I see and hear, feel and the like. Why can't you just let me go? It's good that you understand the seriousness of the situation and don't run away. It's just that Naruto will become a Sannin and defeat Pain, and if you are alive, everyone will know about it and sooner or later they will get to the bottom of me too. But I still don't understand why they seal me. What if someone notices you? You should be next to me. Okay, let's get there already." Karin this time cut off a special leaf from that same scroll, only this time she cut it off with a kunai that was covered in blood. She made several seals, touched Jiraiya with one hand and touched the sheet with the other. She sealed it in a piece of paper, and then the piece of paper in herself. "Well, how are you there?" This time they communicated mentally. "Okay, I'll go on to sleep." "Yeah, okay." This is where their entire dialogue ended. Jiraiya didn't touch the girl for the rest of the day. Karin kept thinking that she could save Yahiko, and if she learned how to resurrect normally, then Nagato too. But only if she saves Yahiko and, let's say, comes to an agreement with him, then what to do with Itachi? This was the question of all questions. Besides, I had to find a girlfriend. Yes, it looks like she's going to have a lot of fun in this life. And yet the girl was glad that she came into this world. Although, she will never meet the Konoha people, because this is not part of her plans, but she still hopes. She hopes that someday she will have the same friends. And so, they go to another place. Only one day passes and finally Jiraiya decides to talk. Of course, he was awake all this time, he was just thinking. Where are we going? Oh. Jiraiya-sama, you decided to talk. Now the guys and I are leaving. Well, since I know what will happen, I can say in advance, Sasuke will fight with Deidara. This is a member of Akatsuki. Suppose I believe you and you know the future. How do you know it? I'm not from this world. There was another girl in this body before. In the world where I was, many people know about you. If the opportunity arises, I might even show it to you. Okay, said the Sannin and again went into thought. The girl didn't want to save Deidara, of course, she could, but he's crazy and it's impossible to come to an agreement with him. Karin left everything as it was and waited for the next battle, Naruto and Pain. Sasuke and Itachi. Little time has passed. After Sasuke fought with Deidara, and his wounds were healed, of course, by Karin, little changed. Only this time the girl did not allow herself to be bitten. I just applied a special ointment and bandaged it. Of course, she was still thinking about who to save, or maybe just create a clone and save them both, but she definitely wouldn't have enough chakra. If after she saves at least one, then half of the chakra goes away and a very bad ending will result, she will die. Yes, the choice was not easy, but still Karin decided to save Yahiko, and Itachi would then resurrect Kabuto, why bother with him? Since a crow will come out of Naruto and bewitch Itachi, he will protect Konoha, and after he kills Kabuto, he will live his own life. And since then there will be peace, he can calmly restore the clan. Yeah, the plan is good. I didn't even think that you would help me, Jiraiya-sama. I didn't think about that myself. But I don't understand one thing, why you can't include friends in your plan, because you also brought your girlfriend here. I don't want them to get hurt." The girl answered briefly and clearly. "That's true, but here Naruto controls everything. Moreover, wouldn't it be better when you have a lot of friends and they will help you? After all, you don't have to do everything yourself." "You may be right, but since I got here, I have to change everything. You understand, I will save a lot of people." Neither Karin wanted to talk to the Sannin anymore, nor did Jiraiya want to talk to the girl. So, without incident, a lot of time passed. The girl kept trying to create a clone, but it never worked. She didn't have enough chakra. Therefore, every day Karin accumulated chakra in her glasses, since she always wears them. This is the only thing she came up with, and when she used that chakra, she could see very far. Sometimes she could even see the chakra, which helped her a lot. She saw how Sasuke's chakra changed before her eyes. Sometimes she turned away. It was disgusting to look at. The girl also studied Orochimaru's old developments in resurrection techniques. Just before leaving the lair, the kunoichi took everything she needed and didn't need, and sealed it in scrolls. Changes were made to this technique so that a person would be as before, so that he could live. This is how day after day passed. The day has come when Naruto must fight Pain, Itachi and Sasuke. This day was very stressful, especially for Karin, since she knew what was going to happen. Of course, she wanted to stop Sasuke and tell him everything, but he would have simply killed her. The girl locked herself in the room again and began her so-called ritual to save Yahiko. The sealed man remained from the lair where Yugo was. Everything was progressing as it should be. Karin, when she was in her own world, cried at these moments and cried here too. She also noticed that Hinata did not immediately react. She realized that her friend had moved into Hinata. But it seemed like Hinata didn't love Naruto, she just felt sorry for him. It is not clear why, but the fact that Hinata does not like Naruto made Karin happy. When Yahiko revived everyone and began to die himself, the girl immediately transferred him to the body of another person. But he would have simply killed her. The girl locked herself in the room again and began her so-called ritual to save Yahiko. The sealed man remained from the lair where Yugo was. Everything was progressing as it should be. Karin, when she was in her own world, cried at these moments and cried here too. She also noticed that Hinata did not immediately react. She realized that her friend had moved into Hinata. But it seemed like Hinata didn't love Naruto, she just felt sorry for him. It is not clear why, but the fact that Hinata does not like Naruto made Karin happy. When Yahiko revived everyone and began to die himself, the girl immediately transferred him to the body of another person. But he would have simply killed her. The girl locked herself in the room again and began her so-called ritual to save Yahiko. The sealed man remained from the lair where Yugo was. Everything was progressing as it should be. Karin, when she was in her own world, cried at these moments and cried here too. She also noticed that Hinata did not immediately react. She realized that her friend had moved into Hinata. But it seemed like Hinata didn't love Naruto, she just felt sorry for him. It is not clear why, but the fact that Hinata does not like Naruto made Karin happy. When Yahiko revived everyone and began to die himself, the girl immediately transferred him to the body of another person. When I was in my own world, I cried at these moments and here I cried too. She also noticed that Hinata did not immediately react. She realized that her friend had moved into Hinata. But it seemed like Hinata didn't love Naruto, she just felt sorry for him. It is not clear why, but the fact that Hinata does not like Naruto made Karin happy. When Yahiko revived everyone and began to die himself, the girl immediately transferred him to the body of another person. When I was in my own world, I cried at these moments and here I cried too. She also noticed that Hinata did not immediately react. She realized that her friend had moved into Hinata. But it seemed like Hinata didn't love Naruto, she just felt sorry for him. It is not clear why, but the fact that Hinata does not like Naruto made Karin happy. When Yahiko revived everyone and began to die himself, the girl immediately transferred him to the body of another person. It was Jiraiya who tried to speak. Yes. What did you want? Karin said, clearly not yet calming down. We need to leave. Why? The girl kept asking. Well, since I went through this, I say that we need to leave. Okay. Looks like I'll never know how you transform. And the girl, according to tradition, went to the kitchen for sandwiches. You'll soon get an ulcer, eat only sandwiches every day, and also dry. Thank you, Daddy, the girl thought with sarcasm in her voice. By the way, you can call me Dad. As far as I know, your parents are dead. Moreover, we are so close. Not really. My parents are alive, just not here, but I'll still call you Dad. The girl made her boutiques and quickly went to her room. She heard a knock and felt Yahiko's chakra. Now I'll get you, and you talk to him, I'll sit here. The girl first took out the paper on which Jiraiya was sealed, and then Jiraiya himself. Yahiko, I know everything, you shouldn't have trusted Madara. Why are you loading him up so much right away? The girl couldn't resist. He almost killed me, so shut up. Sanin glared at the girl. So this is it, now you are in our group and this is not discussed, I'll tell you the details later. Karin gave him sandwiches, Yahiko ate his fill. He had neither chakra nor the strength to discuss anything. This time, Karin sealed Yahiko and Jiraiya. Sanin explained everything in detail to the red-haired man and Yahiko went over, not immediately, of course, but to Karin's side. The girl was still crying and thinking about Itachi. This time Karin was already in the Akatsuki lair. No one found out or felt that the girl was communicating with someone. Yahiko has already regretted 100 times that he created Akatsuki, but nothing can be returned. Karin was still training, only this time she had Jiraiya and the redhead helping her. Meanwhile, things were different in different parts of Konoha. There were also a lot of restructuring going on. There were wars for the title of Hokage. Danzo couldn't calm down. Of course, Karin was watching all this and, like a true strategist, was waiting for the moment to release Jiraiya. She was going to erase the memory just like Asuma. In Konoha, Tsunade still could not come to her senses. Hinata no longer ran after Naruto like that and everyone noticed this. Now she was trying to build something with Kiba, he reciprocated. Sakura and Ino were also worried about Sasuke, although Sakura was already beginning to doubt. Now in the land of fire they gathered their thoughts and began to choose a Hokage. Karin at the same moment released Jiraiya, leaving only what was needed in her memory. To get there faster, he used a toad. Different thoughts were spinning in his head, because there is so much information, nothing connects, but he decided to trust his heart. Here, with the help of the frog he found himself right in the building. Of course, the animal was taken aback at first, but then checked the list of contracts. The same list had to be shown to everyone present. His signature appeared there again and this meant that he was real. As soon as everyone believed it, he dumped a ton of new information on them. He's a liar. Jiraiya began to shout, pointing his finger at Danzo. You shouldn't give him the title of Kage. Explain. The feudal lord began calmly. Firstly, his right eye rules everyone, and secondly, he didn't help when pain attacked. If my so-called eye guides everyone, then why did the eye let you tell me this? Here the always calm Danzo could no longer stand it. Well, I expressed my thought incorrectly. In general, he manages everyone with the help of the Sharingan. Besides, I can tell you why Itachi killed the entire clan. Stop, said Naruto. Hinata just said that he desperately needed to come here, and he went. Why does he have a Sharingan? Naruto? Yes. That's because he has the eye of Itachi's friend. Itachi and his friend were the strongest, and as you know, each Sharingan has its own abilities. This school can control people without their knowledge using this Sharingan. Why are you here? I don't know why, but I didn't think to see you here. I was persuaded to come here. Yes, now is not the time for friendly hugs. Let Naruto become Hokage. Suggested Shikaku. Nara and Kakashi supported him. The daimyo was completely out of the loop right now, so he butted into their conversation. So, Danzo won't be Hokage at all. I'll think about Naruto. Here he gestured to Jiraiya into another room. There they discussed something for a long time and left at the end. So this means, the title of Kage goes to Naruto. Danzo and the elders either leave the village themselves or are killed. I will not leave the village. Danzo started shouting. So you'll be dead. Kakashi quickly realized and hit him on the head, but so that he simply fainted. So, I'm Hokage now? Naruto still couldn't understand. Yes, you choose the elders yourself. After this phrase, Daimyo decided to leave everything without saying a word. Naruto, of course, was very glad that he became Hokage and that Jiraiya was really alive. But he still pestered the Sannin about what he had told the daimyo, but he remained silent. Jiraiya decided to treat Naruto to ramen, who, of course, was even more happy. Shikaku. Nara immediately began to explain duties and all that. Kakashi went on missions. Now more than ever they needed to complete missions so that no one would doubt Konoha. Danzo was taken to be interrogated. When they found out, everyone was even more shocked than when Naruto saved them from pain. After all, as a child, they all offended him, and he told them that he would become Hokage and kept his promise. Only now you won't be able to rage like before. Iruka said sternly. Yes, I know. Afterwards the guy began training. The first step was to create many clones and rebuild the village. Of course, after that he slept for 2 days, but he was already in a good hospital. Of course, while Naruto was sleeping, the village was completed much faster. After all, he rebuilt only the most necessary things, a hospital, Ichiraku ramen, several houses, but still he helped a lot. The old farts left the village, not immediately, but they left. They wanted a quiet and happy old age. Tsunade soon woke up. They didn't tell her right away that Naruto was now Hokage, so to speak, they didn't want her to pass out again. But after she had eaten and regained her strength, Sakura decided to tell her. Tsunade-sama, I wanted to tell you that Naruto was appointed Hokage. Sakura was waiting, she didn't understand why, but she spoke quietly and slowly. Sakura, don't joke like that. Tsunade said with some mockery and threat. I am not kidding. The kunoichi said quietly and began to watch how Tsunade's expression changed. As they say, you had to see it. How is that? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, though not hard. The face was red, the eyebrows were now really clearly visible, and they were waves. Tsunade just couldn't determine what she was feeling. Sake here. Sakura screamed at the top of her lungs. We should congratulate him. Anyway, I'm already tired of this everyday life. Why so fast? The pink-haired girl was in slight shock, first from such a violent reaction, and then from such a calm one. Yes. Where is he? Who did he appoint as elders? He hasn't decided yet. Here they brought in Sake. Okay, get ready, we'll go to him soon. Sakura, without saying anything, ran to get ready. Naruto was already awake. He was told that he must choose the elders. The first was Shikaku. Nara, he did not choose the second. Jiraiya told him that there would soon be a war and that all the Kage needed to be collected. Yes, he thought for a long time about how Jiraiya knew this, but he never came up with it. He still didn't believe that his sensei was alive. By the way, he had a lot of questions about Minato and Kushina. They talked for a long time and came to the conclusion that until Sasuke tries to steal the 8 tails, none of the Kage will budge. The newly minted Hokage and Sensei decided to wait for this moment and prepare for war. Teach strong techniques, prepare food, pills, clothes. Shikaku Nara was also involved in all this, and he and his son began to come up with plans. Sakura and Tsunade had already come to Naruto. "Well, hello, Hokage," the woman said with kindness in her eyes. "Hello. Jiraiya?" Something, but she didn't expect this. "Oh, Tsunade-sama, I forgot to tell you." "Jiraiya." Tsunade hit the Sannin with great force. He flew away. "I told you not to go to Akatsuki alone." "Did you say?" "Well, like a small child." Jiraiya barely squeezed out. "Tsunade-sama, can you become an elder?" Naruto interrupted here to somehow smooth out the situation. "Yes," the woman said, took Jiraiya by the hand and dragged him to drink sake. "Looks like she didn't hear me." "No, Naruto, she heard you," Sakura said and smiled at all 32. At the same time, Sasuke had already taken the so-called 8 Tails to the Akatsuki lair. Karin sometimes followed the events in Konoha, because chakra can sometimes see a lot, especially to a professional in her field. She also really wanted to communicate with them at least once, but this was excluded. After all, even if the girl ends the war, she will be considered a traitor and killed. Therefore, the Kunoichi thought that since she helped save this world, she has every right to live. Of course, everyone wants to live, but alone. Yes, here the girl was faced with a dilemma. After all, she had already warned them, maybe let everything go in the woods? Maybe we should continue and it will be rewarded? Who knows what will happen next, so I decided not to deviate from the plan, although a drop of doubt still remained. People. Everything was going well in Konoha, except that the Raikage had already decided to gather a council and, as in the manga, declare war. This time Naruto, Kakashi and Yamato were walking there. Jiraiya was very worried, he didn't know where, but he knew that Naruto needed to take the chakra from the 9 Tails. Although, he didn't tell anyone this. So they got ready and went on their way. Sakura was currently preparing a lot of medicine. Hinata trained children and trained herself. In the Hyuga family they decided who would be in charge on the battlefield, Hinata or Neji, but then they still chose Neji. Danzo was then interrogated and he told half of it, but still said that he would rather die than leave the village himself. It was because of his desire, so to speak, that they killed him. The route fell apart. Sai had long been friends with everyone and simply went on missions. Half of the route was distributed to other countries. The other half joined the regular Umbu and went on missions. In general, Konoha did not need support, except that sometimes problems were solved with the help of the Sand Village. Kiba and Akamaru were looking for herbs for medicine. Lee and Guy trained small children in taijutsu. Shino and Choji were simply completing tasks. Ino helped her dad with the techniques. Kurenai had a premature birth, it was just when she saw Asuma that it happened. Now Asuma is quitting smoking for the sake of the baby. Sasuke and his team were waiting near the land of snow. Sasuke just didn't know yet that Danzo had been killed. And so, everyone gathered in a big house, where it was decided who would command and the like. Of course, when they saw Gaara, everyone was a little shocked, and when they saw Naruto, they were so shocked that it was complete. The Mizukage couldn't say anything at all, but still squeezed out. "Too young, Kage? You're kidding me." In general, no one objected. Naruto burst into wild laughter, and then when it came, Gaara also began to laugh. Soon, of course, everyone calmed down. Naruto began to tell what and how. "How do you prove that such a war is coming?" asked the Raikage, because the most important thing for him now is to save his younger brother. "Why do you think Akatsuki collects tailed creatures? Moreover, if I tell you where B is, will you believe us?" Naruto began to reason intelligently, as the elders and accompanying people watched from another room. Well, if so, then perhaps I will believe that you somehow found out, or maybe you specifically sent the Uchiha to us. That's impossible, I haven't seen him for a long time. Moreover, with my stupidity, I wouldn't even remember that you are the Raikage. Now I have become more serious, because Hokage. Let's say. He probably already began to believe the Raikage. Here Zetsu crawls out of the floor like a devil out of a box. Yeah, but you don't know that Sasuke is here. And where he? No one knows. Zetsu began to speak and mock in a nasty voice. The Raikage could not stand it, jumped up from the table and strangled the white copy of Zetsu. Then Sasuke appears out of nowhere. Suigetsu and Yugo deal with the guards. Karin, like the weak link, is hiding somewhere. Sasuke does not find Danzo and is overcome by anger. He started destroying everything. And when he completely destroyed one wall, he ran somewhere. Naruto ran after him. The Raikage also wanted to run, but Madara blocked his path and pushed him into another wall. The fight was only gaining momentum. Although Madara was not in the mood for a fight, he just wanted to talk, and it also helped that Naruto ran after Sasuke. Of course, although the letter said that Sasuke would be killed, Naruto had no intention of killing him, he even understood it in some way. At this time, Kisame was fighting with B and Naruto knew about it, so if anything happened, the Raikage could tell. Yes, but for Naruto it seems everything was just beginning. Sasuke, as soon as he was noticed, tried to wound him with a Chidori, but it didn't work. Don't forget, Naruto doesn't have Kurama's chakra yet. The newly crowned Hokage did not answer at first, but when he had to defend himself, he had to, and his memory immediately recalled the day where they fought seriously for the first time, on the roof of the hospital. Yes, it was not very pleasant. While the two friends were sorting things out, Madara had already told the whole story, but, of course, no one believed it and he declared the Fourth World War. Everyone was shocked, after which the not real Madara disappeared. Naruto managed to tell everything to Sasuke, who, naturally, did not believe him and gasped so hard that the Sannin flew far away and for a long time. Naruto flew through 3 walls with his fast flight, but it didn't hurt, because he was in Sannin mode. So they destroyed a lot of things. Even Suigetsu, who wanted to save Karin, was crushed somewhere. Yugo managed to crawl out half dead, and Karin was hit on the head with a brick, and she lay in plain sight, but 2 friends ran away from there, otherwise they would have finished them off. They ran for a long time, tried to get each other and hurt each other, but it didn't work. Then Jiraiya, Sakura and Tsunade come. Sakura immediately ran to treat whoever she saw, and Tsunade to Kage. Jiraiya saw how the masked man was watching the fight between Naruto and Sasuke, and decided to catch him. After all, this is a member of Akatsuki. Now Jiraiya also began to destroy everything here, because he never hit Madara. Now this building was being torn apart from 2 sides, because 2 strong, former friends were fighting on one side, and Jiraiya and Tobi on the other. Suddenly Naruto was able to accidentally or deliberately reach Sasuke with a Rasengan. Now the Uchiha could not move. Tobi noticed this and moved to Sasuke. This was not our last meeting. He disappeared along with Sasuke. Naruto walked upset through the broken pieces of glass, bricks, wood, and the like. Suddenly he saw something bright red not far from him and ran towards it. It was a girl with red hair and blood. Sakura! Here, quickly! Naruto shouted. He didn't know why, but she hurt him. What? Don't you see? Treat. The kunoichi cured the girl. Although she could talk, she could not get up and run away, due to the acute pain in her head. It will soon pass. Wait, are you from Akatsuki? Sakura asked, noticing a piece of cloak on her arm. Not really, I was on Sasuke's team. Here Sakura wanted to hit her out of jealousy, and because she was from Akatsuki, but Naruto didn't allow it. What are you doing? We can interrogate her. With these words, Jiraiya comes up. Who should I interrogate? Did anyone survive here? Yes, she. It's Karin. How are you here? That's how I knew all this. No. This cannot be, I erased your memory. I will never forget such a beautiful girl. Here Sakura turns it off with medical equipment. We need to figure it out. How do you know her? Well, she saved me from pain. By the way, Yahiko should be in it now, she just saved pain too. Jiraiya said smiling. So is she for us or for Akatsuki? Sakura still couldn't calm down, although Naruto seemed to be thinking about it all. She reminded him of someone, but who, he could not understand. Yugo carelessly took Suigetsu and went to an unknown place. He, of course, wanted to help Karin, but he couldn't. Sakura, she is for us. You just don't understand. Look, she knows Naruto 3 times more than I do, so if you have anything, ask her. In general, we are taking her to Konoha, we can't leave the poor thing here. Naruto didn't know why, but he took the girl in his arms and went to the nearest house. He said that he was Hokage and should leave the girl here, and he went on to discuss matters with the Kage. There everyone agreed that they completely trust Naruto and the unfamiliar girl, yes, no matter how strange it may sound, but they trust the unfamiliar girl. Became the leader, and Naruto was made division captain. Since he is still very young and not very smart in these matters, but very strong. Everyone went to their villages to prepare for war. Well, the Raikage went after his younger brother. It happened there just like in the cartoon, only his hand was there, but it was badly injured, so he couldn't move it yet. What, at the first opportunity you decided to run away from me? The Raikage shouted and could not restrain himself. Even with one arm, you are the strongest brother. It was unpleasant for B to be looked after so much, but at the same time he was glad that his brother came. Naruto also carried Karin to Konoha in his arms, because she is light, and he is strong. Sakura didn't understand why, but along the way, she became jealous. Jiraiya talked all the way about how she was now his daughter and all that. Tsunade was shocked how the girl stood up to him all this time, and how he didn't rape her. Yamato and Kakashi did not understand what they were talking about at all. They walked so happily for a long time. When they arrived at the village, there were already a lot of prepared supplies, medicines and other crap. Techniques were still taught in the same way. Naruto immediately went to resolve the affairs of the Hokage. Tsunade, as an elder, went to help. Karin was admitted to the hospital, now she was considered a full resident of Konoha, or so Jiraiya and Naruto decided. Sakura went on a mission. Everyone was told that there would definitely be a war, who would be there and how to defend themselves. Everyone was shocked, because they didn't know this before. They began to think about how to protect themselves from White Zetsu so that he would not turn into anyone. The next day Karin woke up. The girl left the hospital, her head no longer hurt. Where I am? Woke up already. Naruto was just approaching the hospital. Hello. What am I doing here? Do you live here? By the way, let's go, we need to prepare for war. Jiraiya doesn't know half of it, so now you're an advisor. Of course, thank you, but I shouldn't be here. It was nice to meet you, Pakita. The girl began to make seals and check where the chakra of Yugo and Suigetsu was, because she wanted to move to them, but Naruto prevented her from making all the seals. He squeezed one hand so that the girl grimaced in pain. No, I told you, Jiraiya doesn't know anything. This was not part of my plan and in general, I can move to my world at any time, so fuck off. All. But Naruto still held the girl's hand, only not so tightly. Let me go, because I know everything about you. You don't know anything about me, either as Karin or as Queen Me. Get out. It was clear from everything that everything did not go according to plan. Quiet, the plan will have to change. That's it, problem solved. Yes, after Naruto became Hokage, he became more reserved. Although he was always impetuous, he was calm at heart. In the case of Karin it was the other way around, she never showed her true self. After a long argument and convincing, Karin remained in the village, although there were many doubts and Naruto understood this, so he decided to introduce her to his friends. So, now we're going to get acquainted, and you're very capricious. This made Karin a little angry, but now she could see her friend and have a heart-to-heart talk, and she had always dreamed of such cool, loyal, funny, different friends. Of course, as stated earlier, not everything always goes according to plan. This time the plan went wrong, either successfully or unsuccessfully. This will manifest itself in different cases in life. So they walked to the Hokage's residence, Naruto holding the girl's hand the whole time. Afterwards, everyone looked around and whispered. When they ran there, everyone was in a pleasant shock. They hadn't seen her before, but they had heard a lot from Hinata, Naruto, and Jiraiya. Although, until now no one has understood how Hinata knows Karin. Hello. Some said, some waved, the rest simply smiled. Only Hinata stood up and ran to her friend. Hello, Queen Me. How are you? Hello, Akio. Everyone's eyes widened. Oops. Hinata. Okay, and you? Also normal. We'll need to talk in private. Karin just nodded. The girl began to approach everyone and introduce herself. She shook hands. Of course, no one here says hello like that, so they didn't think of it right away. She approached everyone, smiled and said their name. Everyone has a lot of questions. Everyone immediately accepted her, an ordinary girl with character. They noticed this after Karin hit Naruto on the head and said that she didn't want to come here, and then hugged her and said thank you. To say that everyone was shocked is to say nothing. The company fell down to eat ramen. Karin walked and told Naruto about the war, about how the village could be improved, and then it turned to the fact that they were just laughing at the incident in the hospital. Karin was given a room near Naruto's house. Well, this was, of course, purely by chance. Hinata stayed with Karin, and the girls started talking over a cup of tea. Everyone was looking for you there. I almost killed Shima there in the hospital. Shima is the guy who tried to dissuade you from going into that whirlpool. We started dating, then separated. It was boring at school. Your sister and parents were very worried. And anyway, why did you take me here without my permission? Yes. Why are you in Hinata? Are you nothing like her? Well, let's just say I was bored. Did you take root here right away? Yes, with my character. Of course, everyone was shocked, but then they got used to it. By the way, I'm very strong here. I'll soon become stronger than Niji. Well, you know, I've always liked strength. What have you come up with about the war now? I'll leave here tomorrow morning. I can't put you in danger. Karin said in a sad voice, but that's it, as they say, let's walk and that's enough. Which one? Danger? You should be here. Ordinary, you know I never owe anyone anything. Yes, Akio could never argue with Queen Me. Moreover, if Kumi has thought of something, it's a big deal. The girls fell asleep. Early in the morning, as she said, Karin wrote a note of apology, packed her things and went into the forest. The girl wanted to move to her brother. She had not seen him for a long time. Of course, it was a little sad to leave here, but maybe someday they will meet again. There were hopes. Having reached the gate, the kunoichi turned around to say goodbye and saw Naruto in front of her. Naruto stood and looked blankly at Karin, waiting for her to do something. Karin, in turn, waited for changes in Naruto's behavior. They stood like that and stared at each other for about 30 seconds. While the girl finally decided to jump onto a tree and run away. Naruto immediately ran after her. Although the kunoichi was fast, Naruto was faster. As always, because of his carelessness, instead of simply stopping the girl, he tripped her up. Karin had a good grip, so, taking the guy by the sleeve, she flew to the ground with him. Somehow it turned out that the girl fell on the guy, and on top of them there was also a backpack with things. They lay like that for about 5 minutes. They just didn't say anything. It was hard to get up at all after such a funny fall, and the backpack was also pressing on top. Now they were laughing wildly, although Karin was still thinking about running away, but this desire gradually went away. She began to trust them all and understand that here she could help them more. That's it, I really won't try to escape anymore. Do you believe me? The girl asked this question very often, because almost always the answer was yes. Yes. As expected. But I'll still keep an eye on you all the time, otherwise you'll run away. Well, honestly. Now let's go to the village, we'll discuss the war and I'll tell you almost everything I know. It's soon morning anyway. Why, almost everything? Because there are some things you don't need to know. For example, in my world I taught biology. Elmi, why do you need to know who platypuses are? Well, that's true. Naruto, still thinking that the girl would run away, took the backpack and the girl by the hand, and went to the village. By the time they got back, the sun had already begun to rise and it was very beautiful. They walked through empty and quiet streets. At one time it was beautiful, at another it was somehow gloomy. Listen. Why are you trying so hard to keep me in Konoha? Naruto clearly did not expect such a question, plus everything, the girl also stared at him. She has already gotten used to the fact that everything is much more beautiful here, including the people. As always, she could stare at anyone and was never shy, because she could shut anyone's mouth. Well, you know, there's going to be a war soon and all that. And I was already thinking about it. Well, if that's the case, then let's go discuss your war. He's a fool. Damn, I've already forgotten about you. What makes you think that he's a fool? But don't answer. I remember how Kakashi told him about the elements. Karin began to laugh at these thoughts. Didn't understand. This time it was Naruto who spoke. Wait, hold on. Still laughing, the girl lifted her t-shirt and Naruto saw some kind of seal on her stomach, but said nothing. I'll say right away that it looked very, very strange when the girl started rummaging around in her stomach, and then pulled out a crumpled leaf right from the middle. After making several seals and throwing the leaf into the air, the girl began to laugh at Naruto's reaction. Why can't you hide anything in your stomach? Hello. It was Nagato who appeared, only not as he was then, but normal, not thin and without bags under his eyes. Hello. It looks like Naruto was overcome with surprise. Nagato, this is Naruto. Naruto is Nagato. He is very strong and will help us in the war. Yes, we know each other. He almost killed me then and almost killed Hinata too. That's it, grab it. Let's go discuss our war. The girl walked forward with a proud step, expecting that they would go with her, but that was not the case. They walked behind and discussed something. Still, you are a fool. You could tell right away that you liked her. Nagato began to prove to Naruto that he needed to improve. Well, you understand. That's it, let's go catch up. The guy ran so as not to answer further questions. Since it was early, there were only 3 of them in the residence. They discussed strategies, feelings, and techniques. Here, by the way. My father gave me the scroll when I almost turned into the 9 tails. This scroll has the lightning technique, but I only have air. So. Karin began and there was no stopping her. You, as Hokage, must have several elements. Plus I have a zipper, and I also want this technique. Plus, there's a chance that your second element is lightning. By the way, I can try to resurrect your dad. Also here, Karin handed Naruto a small piece of paper. I hope you know how to work with this. Yes, we should probably try it. What did you mean when you said you could resurrect my dad? Well, I know how to make a clone that doesn't disappear when it's scratched. I need you to mix my blood with yours. I also need Dad's thing. I think the scroll will do. How it works? It was clear from everything that Nagato did not believe in this idea. I create a clone, resurrect Minato, transfer his soul and mind into my clone, and then he himself will give chakra to the clone so that it does not disappear. Are we doing? Nagato and Naruto agreed. The Hokage cut his and the girl's right hands, mixed the blood and gave him a scroll. This time the girl did not use the circle drawn in blood. It is not needed here. I just sat my clone down on a chair to meditate. Since everyone who dies seems to sell their soul to the god of death, Minato could be resurrected. Having made her personal seals, the girl touched the clone with her right hand and transferred Minato's soul and body there. Now we have to go. Everyone obediently followed Karin. After all, they believed that she was a master of her craft to do this. The trio went out into the street, where it was already full of people. This time it was not Naruto, but Karin who suggested going to Ichiraka Ramen. They ate ramen. Karin forced Naruto to pay because he is Hokage and earns good money, and it is his own fault for bringing her back here. After this showdown, Naruto sent Nagato to help Konan, because she couldn't cope alone against Madara, and so he would at least help her escape. So they were left alone and calmly walked to the residence. The real Minato was already sitting there, or rather darting around the room with eyes like 5 cents. He didn't understand at all what was happening. Of course, he knew that there was a resurrection technique, but this one was different from the one he had seen. Yes, he's probably thinking, go away, now, in principle, would think so too. The girl said in a calm tone. Minato-san, calm down, you are alive, you are in the Hokage residence. Is your son? Karin took Naruto by the shoulders and led him to the fourth so that he would believe. Dad. Son. Karin realized that she was out of place here and backed towards the doors. Where are you going? Stay, sooner or later I will need to meet my son's girlfriend. I'm not what you thought, I think I'll go. What about the element of lightning? After these words, the kunoichi had to stay, although she did not understand why Naruto did not object when they called her his girlfriend, but it was still pleasant. By the way, I still haven't checked what my second element is. Naruto took a piece of paper out of his pocket. It was like, excuse me, out of his ass, crumpled. Why is he freaking out, Naruto? I gave you a normal piece of paper. No, this element is lightning. Minato reassured. Sorry, but what should I call you, otherwise my son didn't deserve it. Karin. Well, Karin, you are very similar to Kushina, both in character and appearance. Naruto still couldn't understand, but then it dawned on him. Yes, Naruto, she looks a lot like your mother. Now let's go outside, I'll go for a walk around the village, and you can train. They calmly left. The people who were in the residence thought that Naruto had created a clone, or those who saw the differences between them were simply shocked. Right before they went outside, they saw Tsunade and Jiraiya. Tsunade immediately fainted, and the Sanin's words were clear. I need a drink. Karin brought Tsunade to her senses and sent them to drink. Naruto kept walking and looking at the clouds, and the girl tried to make out the scroll. She asked Naruto questions all the time. She just liked communicating with people like here in Konoha. They went into the forest, because it's better to think there, and if anything happens, there'll be less damage. Kumi noticed back in that world that if she communicates with a guy, she doesn't always start to like him. It seems like the same bullshit here. Konoha was already preparing for war in full. It was clear how Konohamaru was carrying all sorts of boxes, and how Hinata taught the children self-defense. She was very happy when she saw Naruto with Karin. Tenten was trying to come up with a new type of weapon. In general, everyone was at work. Yes, your forest is cool. In my world you can't jump on branches like that, maybe because gravity is not the same. Now this is your world. By the way, I wanted to talk, but Karin did not let him finish. Again about the war? No. Well, how can I put it this way, you're cool. Here, I also like you. Also, let's meet? Naruto averted his eyes. Even though he is Hokage, he is shy like a little child. What about Sakura? Yes, Karin never knew how to talk to guys. Or has childhood passed? Yes. Of course, what girl doesn't want to date the Hokage? Besides, we are opposites, and they attract. Let's go, let's sit by that tree, otherwise on the way I understood almost nothing from the scroll. Naruto agreed. They sat down under a tall, beautiful tree. Karin immediately began to figure out the hieroglyphs, and Naruto fell asleep on her shoulder. You haven't grown up at all. As small and annoying as he was, he remained that way. Karin was a little angry at Minato because instead of teaching them techniques he went to drink sake, but she still understood him. In the evening she figured out the hieroglyphs, because she not only read those squiggles, but also explained to Naruto that he needed to make friends with Kurama. Of course, first I had to explain who Kurama was. So, Naruto, if you yourself cannot make friends with him right now, then you will have to sail to that island. Which island? Well, there you can take chakra from Kurama by force, and then make friends with him. Besides, B protects you in this war. By 8 Tails. We both know that you will be eager to save everyone and help everyone. Karin knew how to reason intelligently, she could shut up and talk anyone down. Sometimes she might know the answer to a question she had just asked. Yes, this amazing ability is from the real world. But who knows, maybe everyone has it. The girl definitely didn't think about this. She knew that out of 7 billion people, only she ended up in another world and changed the fate not only of herself. This made me feel good. Now that you ruined my plan and asked me to date, you became doomed. I'm very strange. So what about Kurama? Let me try it with you. How is that? The only one who was able to get there besides me was Sasuke. You underestimate me. Sit down and start diving there, wait for me. Karin sat down next to Naruto and took his hands and began to dive there using her sensory abilities. She sank almost immediately after Naruto. Now there was a difficult conversation ahead. Everything there was, as always, wet and unpleasant, although in the world of lightning it was the same. Hello, Kurama. Karin, maybe it's not necessary. Yes, this is my path in life, I will not give up my beliefs. Kurama, I know you can hear me. How did you end up here? You are not an Uchiha and I know it. I came into this world to save you and the others. I want to come to an agreement with you. I know you are stronger than me, but you are not stronger than the Uchihas. What do you want? Naruto, why did you agree? It was already clear that the Nine Tails was very angry. I agreed to save you all. We want you to help us in the war, and then we will help you. Naruto seemed to understand what the girl wanted to agree on. So you agree? No. You have tormented us all these long years, it cannot be forgiven. Kurama, yes, I know your name, understand, we want to help you. They imprisoned you in the bodies of people because you break everything, destroy everything, and are very large. We respect you, and if you helped us, then everything would be peaceful. Tell me honestly, you don't want Madara to blatantly take advantage of you? I don't want it, what do you suggest? That's better. Now Naruto will take your chakra, and you will not try to take over him. Don't say it, I know you're against it. But I can resurrect, save, seal and be transported to other worlds. I will create such a seal that you will be able to feel, see, hear as freely as Naruto. If you and I become friends, then we will release you into this world, and if you want, then into mine. I agree, just don't you dare fuck me. Here Karin began to change the seal, although it should not have been here at all, but since it is, it should be so. The girl already had Naruto's blood in her, this time she didn't have to cut anyone. Having made the seals, the girl called Naruto to her. She held both Naruto and Kurama and spoke some words. It was clear that she was using a lot of chakra. The girl started bleeding from her nose and ear, but she still connected their feelings. It was necessary to connect all 5 senses, it was very difficult. Soon, when it was all over, Karin disappeared from that place and found herself soul and mind in the ordinary human world. Now Kurama could communicate with Naruto and partially with Karin, since she used her blood there. Kurama told Naruto to go back to the girl, saying goodbye. He did so. Karin, are you okay? It seems that the girl used too much chakra and did not regain consciousness. Damn, what is this? We need to go to the hospital. Naruto took the kunoichi to the hospital. He was very afraid for her. Maybe because she helps him, maybe he just fell in love. If you fell in love, then specifically, it was the first time. So much, even more than when he liked Sakura. Sometimes it scared him, but he had to endure it. Since he had no experience in relationships, this first time should be funny and adventurous. After he left the girl in the hospital, he himself went to prepare for war, so that later he could talk less about the unpleasant things with Karin. Karin was already leaving the hospital the next day. Naruto came to pick her up. It turned out that he had already taken the chakra from the 9 tails. The girl did not immediately go with Naruto, because now that she is here, she has every right to communicate with her friend. They separated near the residence, the guy went inside, and the girl trudged home to her friend. She already knew where and what clans were, she knew the character of everyone, so it was easier for her to communicate with people. Many have already prepared for war and were simply relaxing, because in less than a week a battle is about to begin that will decide the fate of humanity and, perhaps, some will see their family for the last time. It was fun watching people. Karin finally reached Hinata's house. Kiba was hanging around there. Hey Kiba, where's Hinata? At home, he'll be out now. You don't have to wait, I'm taking her for half a day. Okay, tell me and let him come when he's free. Okay, Pakita. Yes, you're just like Naruto. These words made the girl think a little, but suddenly a friend came out. As always, in his own branded tracksuit. Hello, Kiba just left, he said when you are free to come. What are you saying? Is everything serious? Karin said, winking, as always, hinting at something vulgar. You are a fool, although yes, seriously. She moved to another world, but she remained the same pervert she was. By the way, you started dating Naruto, I saw. Are you serious there? I don't know, well, I like him. Looks like it's serious. There's also war, I can't imagine how to combine relationships and war. The conversation was on boring topics, then Akio decided to go to Kiba and said goodbye to her friend. Kumi had to return back to the residence. All the advisors and the strongest ninja were already there. They decided how to defeat Kabuto, but they couldn't come up with anything. Damn, people. Everyone looked at Karin disapprovingly, because she had already been told that she should be treated with respect, but she saw fear in everyone and that made them weaker than her. I'm telling you that Itachi will deal with him. Believe it or not, I said it and the matter is closed. You better tell me when we start moving out. Everyone was simply taken aback by her impudence, only some saw in her a little Naruto, but a little smarter. So, let's leave Kabuto to Itachi. We leave early tomorrow morning to be there by lunchtime. One more thing, in the week that remains, everyone should know their groups into which we divided them. When the 5 Kage fight, Tsunade will fight Madara instead of me and, Dad, you will join them. Kakashi and Guy, you don't have to come to me, Karin and B will be with me. I'm letting you go get ready. With this the whole meeting ended, everyone except Naruto and Karin went their separate ways. They stayed to get ready, because now Naruto had a lot of work and lived in the residence. Karin was talking about the war, something just bothered her. The Nine Tails could also communicate with them, however, the communication channel with the girl was interrupted, because he was sealed in Kage. Although two Hokages were already alive, Naruto still remained as one, which he was extremely happy about. Of course, he was glad that he could communicate with his father so easily, but still he wanted to see his mother. Also, even though he became Hokage, and then attacked Sasuke, he still wanted to bring him back to the village. He always hoped for this, the reliable one is not the last to die, she lives forever. Karin knew everything about Naruto and did not hide it, but Naruto also already knew everything about her, he just always knew how to look straight into her soul. Oddly enough, they understood each other perfectly and were already beginning to make plans for life after the war. Soon Konan and Nagato returned. Naruto immediately gave them instructions, although they were also residents of their country, but now these two were in the Five Kage Treaty. Karin didn't know how to communicate with guys at all, so she always made Naruto blush or simply asked indiscreet questions. And then attacked Sasuke, he still wanted to bring him back to the village. He always hoped for this, the reliable one is not the last to die, she lives forever. Karin knew everything about Naruto and did not hide it, but Naruto also already knew everything about her, he just always knew how to look straight into her soul. Oddly enough, they understood each other perfectly and were already beginning to make plans for life after the war. Soon Konan and Nagato returned. Naruto immediately gave them instructions, although they were also residents of their country, but now these two were in the Five Kage Treaty. Karin didn't know how to communicate with guys at all, so she always made Naruto blush or simply asked indiscreet questions. And then attacked Sasuke, he still wanted to bring him back to the village. He always hoped for this, the reliable one is not the last to die, she lives forever. Karin knew everything about Naruto and did not hide it, but Naruto also already knew everything about her, he just always knew how to look straight into her soul. Oddly enough, they understood each other perfectly and were already beginning to make plans for life after the war. Soon Konan and Nagato returned. Naruto immediately gave them instructions. Although they were also residents of their country, but now these two were in the Five Kage Treaty. Karin didn't know how to communicate with guys at all, so she always made Naruto blush or simply asked indiscreet questions. But Naruto also already knew everything about her, he just always knew how to look straight into her soul. Oddly enough, they understood each other perfectly and were already beginning to make plans for life after the war. Soon Konan and Nagato returned. Naruto immediately gave them instructions, although they were also residents of their country, but now these two were in the Five Kage Treaty. Karin didn't know how to communicate with guys at all, so she always made Naruto blush or simply asked indiscreet questions. But Naruto also already knew everything about her, he just always knew how to look straight into her soul. Oddly enough, they understood each other perfectly and were already beginning to make plans for life after the war. Soon Konan and Nagato returned. Naruto immediately gave them instructions, although they were also residents of their country, but now these two were in the Five Kage Treaty. Karin didn't know how to communicate with guys at all, so she always made Naruto blush or simply asked indiscreet questions. Naruto, we'll be with you forever, well, that's what you say. We just recently met, we fall out of love and that's it, why all the plans? Well, if you've already stopped loving or didn't love at all, then I have nothing to talk to you about. I have already matured, become smarter and understand what you are driving at. You haven't matured, well, since you don't want to talk to me, and you also think that we'll separate, then we'll separate. Das Vidos, I went to prepare for battle. Karin walked with a proud step, slammed the doors hard, yes, character is not sugar. But still, she was not happy that she started this conversation. Now they both wanted to fall into the ground. Karin decided to visit her brother and went into the forest. Gathering all her strength and wiping away her tears, the girl made a return call. Everything there, as always, was wet, dirty, cold, which lifted my spirits a little, oddly enough. My brother always knew about everything, who was moving and where, so he didn't have to wait long. Hello, why are you in no mood? Hello, everything didn't go according to plan for me, I fell in love and through my stupidity I broke up. Fun, right? It was such a habit to ask like that when it was a complete ass. In Naruto? The girl nodded her head. I always knew that your plan would fail, but I didn't even think that you would be such a fool. I could support it. Well, you felt the chakra, you knew that he was lying, you can go and apologize with peace of mind. No, he won't believe me. A new wave of tears began. He won't believe it, but I'm a petty, stupid fool. He must believe if he loves, and I agree that you are a fool. By the way, some time has passed and you can maintain your youth, and now you are immortal. What about my life without him? Well, that's it, it's screwed, I'm telling you, go, apologize and that's it. Go for it. Thank you, Paquita, brother. Karin was transported back, she knew that she was to blame and wanted to apologize. Through the entire forest in the rain, the girl ran to the Hokage residence. There were no more people on the streets, only the moon and stars were visible. Karin thought about many different options for how to apologize, but she knew that she would forget all this. I wanted to see the guy quickly and apologize. She knew that everything was too fast, she knew that she shouldn't have converged so quickly, but sometimes it's good. Now the girl has learned to trust people. When she ran into the residence, people there were packing their things because they were unlikely to return home soon. Some were afraid of war and cried. Karin thought this was a bad sign, but went ahead anyway. She stood near the door for several seconds and collected her thoughts. It's not every day that you have to apologize and admit your guilt. Naruto, I wanted to say that it's very, the girl couldn't finish. Because she raised her eyes and stared ahead of herself and there was an oil painting, Sakura and Naruto are standing in the middle of the room and kissing. Tears involuntarily flowed, because she had just learned to trust. I wish I could believe it again, at least once. Karin slammed the door hard, this time they broke. The girl was in great pain, because she knew and yet did not look at her old mistakes. She ran as fast as she could, ran to the river through the forest, through the rain. The mood was very lousy and, stopping near the river, the girl noticed that someone was running towards her, headlong. She began to create lightning to prevent anyone from approaching her. But Naruto was still fast and went around them all. It's not what you thought. She came herself, said that she loved me and kissed me. Congratulations, you are popular, even Sakura Haruno, whom you always ran after, began to run after you. The girl screamed and could not stop. Keep it up. Why did you leave her? You could have gotten more, you're a hero, you can do anything. Karin, calm down. He began to shake the girl by the shoulder so that she would look at him and calm down. I will cover you in the war, but don't expect more, except from Sakura. And I won't believe it anymore. Go away. The girl used special seals and disappeared. Naruto did not feel her chakra, so he went home upset to get ready. Karin just walked around and cried. She blamed herself for the fact that everything happened so quickly, and thought about how to behave around Naruto and Sakura now. Of course, she could just ignore it, but then how could she defeat Madara? Yes, the choice was not easy, now she could just run away and leave it all, but there are so many good people here. The girl quickly became friends with them all and wanted to help. She thought it over carefully and decided that through some Naruto she would not leave the village, she would hook up with someone and that's it. Still, many people liked her there. But she was worried about the legend, it said that she should create an alliance with the strongest and kindest person, but she never found him. It was sad, but she still ran home to pack her things. It was still raining heavily, which only lifted my spirits. It was also good that she managed to tell Naruto the essence of the Flight of the Thunder God technique, and she didn't need to learn this technique, she has another one, but it's also very fast. Having reached home, she immediately opened the door and saw Naruto with a bag. "You're moving in with me. Why did you even eat?" I quickly put my things down and left my house. "No, I already explained everything to you. You know that you are weaker than me. Nothing could have worked out for us. It is my destiny to create an alliance with the strongest and kindest person, and you are neither one nor the other. That's it, go, don't fool me, I might just screw you over and that's it." Naruto realized that she was now very angry and offended, and decided to calmly leave. "Be there early tomorrow morning." "Sorry, but it's honestly not my fault." He calmly closed the door and left. Karin saw the full, large bag and began to look at what he had put in there. There was all sorts of stuff there, nothing useful. Karin quickly sealed everything she needed and went to bed. Thoughts kept me from falling asleep. Damn, well, if he didn't give me something like that, he did the same to himself. In general, why the bag? Damn, maybe I'll help him out of old friendship. Well, he was telling the truth then. Why can't I ever immediately comprehend anything? I apologized, so did he. Now is it my turn again? Okay, let's communicate normally. I'll go pack his bag for him. Since Karin still couldn't sleep, and the time had already passed 2 o'clock in the morning, the girl put on her shoes and went to pack Naruto's bag. Since they lived very close, she did not walk for long. Even though it was dark, people were already running and screaming in the street. The girl thought about everything again and, just in case, decided to check her chakra, otherwise she might come in at the wrong time again. Only Naruto was there. This time she knocked. "Naruto, hi. I was thinking, you put all sorts of stuff in my bag, but it's even worse for yourself, right?" "Well, I do not know. In general, I came to help." "This. Well, I wanted to apologize, I know that I'm hysterical." "Well, is the relationship now the same?" The girl put on a sweet smile, such that she would burst into tears a little more. Naruto didn't answer at all, he just came over and hugged and kissed her. Karin kissed here for the first time, so the kiss was awkward, but fun. "That's it, we've made peace and that's enough, I'll pack my bag." It's just that when Naruto started to feel sick, the girl was afraid of something more, and decided to start getting ready. He also had .b in his bag. Karin decided to fold him a small bag and seal a few things. She packed a lot of weapons, some sandwiches, just in case she needed them, clean things. There was almost no time left and they just wanted to sleep, so as not to fall asleep, they went outside to take a walk. Some people were already heading to the place where everyone was supposed to gather. They gathered in groups so that it would not be boring. Naruto and Karin decided to wait for their friends. Hinata and Kiba were also waiting somewhere aside from everyone else. Soon everything began to converge. Sakura came and apologized, saying that she didn't know that Naruto had a girlfriend. Karin smiled and advised the girl to pay attention to Lee. When this whole group got together, the boys walked separately from the girls, and everyone was discussing something. Hinata kept talking to Karin. "Listen, did you have something with Kiba?" "Well, sort of." "So what?" "Damn, you took and dishonored a girl." Karin started laughing loudly. "So how is it?" "It's normal, actually, he told me that after the war we would get married." "He was serious then, but what about you?" "Well, we're fine," Karin said, stuttering slightly. "Everything seems to be heading towards this. By the way, we broke up twice yesterday. It looks like I won't be able to leave him and he won't be able to leave me either." "Well, congratulations." We'll get there soon, I'll go to Kiba. The girl ran to the guy, driving everyone else away from him. Naruto saw that Karin was walking alone and went to her. He took her hand and walked silently. The sun had already begun to rise. There were no enemies along the way. Karin took each item and blood and sealed it in scrolls. Just in case there is a fireman. Of course, everyone was surprised, but did not deny it. Now, they have already begun to see groups from other villages. No one started to quarrel, on the contrary, everyone became acquainted and communicated nicely. Most talked to Naruto and Karin. They asked what the war would be like and whether it would end soon. There were more and more people and everyone was different. Soon they reached the place and began making tents. Some were divided into pairs, others into boys and girls. Everyone got ready, got acquainted, took a new bandana, which meant that they were all friends. Even Nagato and Konan came with their small but strong army. Minato asked Karin to resurrect his wife, but it was all in vain. The girl did not have the blood of the deceased. Of course there was blood in Naruto, but there was very little of it. The guy had more of his father. Since Naruto had already become friends with the Nine Tails, he did not need to go to that island. B was also here. He talked a lot with the Hokage. So one day passed. It seemed like they arrived early, but it seemed like there were so many more things to do. Naruto was in the same tent as Karin. It seems like they arrived early, but it seems like there are still so many things to do. Naruto was in the same tent as Karin. It seems like they arrived early, but it seems like there are still so many things to do. Naruto was in the same tent as Karin. Well, shall we go to sleep already? It was clear that Naruto was very tired. Yeah, listen, we'll always be together, right? Of course. What kind of questions, or maybe you have doubts? The girl grimaced, remembering the previous conversation. That's it, you've finished your game. The guy approached the girl and began to tickle her heavily. The girl was very afraid of tickling, so she laughed like crazy. People were already sleeping, because everyone was tired and the next day it was necessary to gain strength. Karin and Naruto continued to rage. The girl tried to escape from the strong hands, but he was really stronger than her. Well, with every second I wanted to run away less and less. After a while, they both got tired of it. Karin sat in Naruto's arms, looked straight into his eyes and blushed. Damn, what blue eyes you have. The girl kissed the guy normally this time. Naruto began to take off his shirt. The girl understood what he wanted. Naru, that's enough. The girl said and got up from the guy. But what's wrong with that? Nothing, just not now, not today. Let's go sleep. The kunoichi took the blanket and threw it away, because it was hot. Good night. The guy still didn't understand what he did wrong. But I went to bed anyway. The day started normally. The girl woke up hugging Naruto. Karin changed clothes and went out into the street. There were already some people running around asking something. Then a guy from the sand village ran up. Why did you sleep in a tent? There are houses for you. Naruto came out. We'll go there today. It was just that we were tired and didn't want to do anything. Well, what would you know? As Hokage, you were given a house. Naruto and the guy went to look at the house. What are you doing to me, Naruto? You're screwed today. Just think about climbing. With these thoughts, the girl approached Hinata's tent. Kiba just came out of this very tent and said goodbye to Hinata. Karin went inside. There wasn't much space, but it was cozy. Yes, you've settled in well here. About. Hello. How are you? Where have you settled? Hinata was glad to see her friend. Fine, well, today we slept in a tent, and Naruto had something in mind and decided to go to the house. The girl said with an angry look and rubbing her fists. I see, that means you're a coward. That's what I thought. What makes you think that I'm a coward? I'll give him a meat grinder today. But you made up, it looks like you'll be together, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay, you think about my words for now, and I'll go. There are many children to meet. Bye. The girls came out of the tents. Karin went for a walk with a thoughtful look, in case someone saw her along the way and gave her a task. Today there was less work, but the girl knew that it would definitely not happen like in the manga and cartoon. After all, she changed history. On the way to the new mini-residence of all the Kage, the girl met almost no one. She could easily communicate with all the Kage, because she was almost on their level. Moreover, she is a neutral party who has lived in all the villages. There, besides the Kage, there were also Tsunade, Minato, Jiraiya, Kakashi and Shikaku. They were all loudly discussing something, arguing. I'm telling you that we need to attack earlier, because this Karin of yours knows where there are a lot of white Zetsu. The Raikage still couldn't calm down. I understand that you are eager to take revenge, but then you will be no better than Sasuke, especially since the one who has patience always wins. Madara has been waiting for centuries, but is it difficult for you to wait a week? Everyone was taken aback by this, it's just that no one noticed how Karin ended up in the residence. Moreover, then Sasuke did not know anything about Danzo and the others. Ignorance is not an excuse from responsibility. Besides, why didn't you tell him about Itachi? Raikage-sama, you are a smart person and should understand that then I would be dead. Stop asking stupid questions. Better yet, tell me what your plan is. In something, but in conversations the girl was a pro. The plan. Well, everything is the same as we expected in Konoha. Shikaku is already quite tired of this ever-arguing society. I'm telling you, I changed the course of events, a lot can change. I am not responsible for the consequences. Of course, I can now check who is doing what their plan is and all that, but this war is still unpredictable. The girl sat down on a chair and began to tune into the wave of enemies. Some Kage have left, but they will still be called back later. In general, only Karin remained there. Anyway, she doesn't feel or hear anything now. After she learned a little new, she decided to leave them alone. She woke up and didn't see anyone near her, so she decided to go outside. It was already sunset there, it looked like she had been watching the enemy for too long. Many had already gone to bed, the Kage were already in their houses and decided to agree on a plan for the next day. The girl went to the cliff to rest. There was a beautiful river near a small cliff. Isn't it beautiful here, Naruto? Yes, but the sun has already set. Let's go home. You remember that home is where they are waiting for you. I don't think anyone is waiting for me in that house. Now I'll run there and wait for you. No, okay, let's go, tomorrow we'll have to talk about the war again. The girl just took the guy by the hand and walked away silently. She was already tired of this war, although she was glad that she knew all these people live. Sasuke was disgusting to her, since she felt his chakra, but it was still a pity, because he was brought to this. People from different villages guarded the camp, if it can be called a camp at all, rather. It was like one big village or country. In general, many have already become friends, some still do not communicate, but the war will reconcile them all, especially since they are not fighting against each other. Karin has already come up with a plan that is more or less suitable for this war. Tomorrow they will distribute everyone. This day was not so tiring, it will be worse in war. The guy and the girl came home. This house was small, but cool. Karin immediately lay down on the bed and looked at the house. It was full of unnecessary things, mountains of weapons lay in sealed scrolls on the table. There was also a small bathroom that Naruto had already explored. This is just a mansion, the girl said a little in shock. Let's go back to the tent tomorrow, okay? Why? Don't you like it here? I like it, I just don't want to be different from others. What should I do with you? Naruto asked himself. We will live here, period. Never mind. Don't want. The girl ran away from the guy. She just saw this familiar smile. She didn't run for long, but Naruto was still stronger, and much stronger. You won't go anywhere. The guy started tickling the girl again. Laughter could be heard throughout the room, but soon there was no strength left to laugh. The girl and guy calmed down. She saw that look again. No, not the eyes. Karin started laughing again. There was no point in running away. She understood that this was exactly her person, and this was exactly the one from the legend, exactly the kindest, strongest. Those quarrels were funny, and, as she told about the legend, the girl even then wanted only Naruto to be this person. In general, she has already come up with her life, but, as you know, not everything and does not always go according to plan, and this time the new plan was destroyed. Naruto, no, well, I have to distribute everything tomorrow, there's so much work. But the guy also hugged the girl and looked intently into her eyes. Karin was pleased and decided to kiss Naruto. The kiss was at the same time passionate, desirable, and tender. The girl's hands began to remove the guy's t-shirt. Naruto realized that the girl had given up and began to take off her shirt, which the kunoichi had already put on to sleep. The girl was only wearing underwear. The blonde took her in his arms and carried her to the bed. Soon they were both naked. The guy first kissed the girl on the lips, then, under the influence of passion, he began to go lower, kissing the neck and sometimes biting, and later he began to bite the right nipple. Karin began to roam her hands along the guy's back, after which Naruto abruptly entered. There was a quiet cry from the girl, but when the blonde began to move inside the girl, she began to moan with pleasure. Naruto also alternately bit and licked the nipple. And soon he came straight into the girl. Then he lay down and hugged her. Their breathing calmed down and they began to fall asleep. When Naruto was almost asleep, the girl quietly asked if they would move back tomorrow. The guy just muttered something. The guy first kissed the girl on the lips, then, under the influence of passion, he began to go lower, kissing the neck and sometimes biting, and later he began to bite the right nipple. Karin began to roam her hands along the guy's back, after which Naruto abruptly entered. There was a quiet cry from the girl, but when the blonde began to move inside the girl, she began to moan with pleasure. Naruto also alternately bit and licked the nipple. And soon he came straight into the girl. Then he lay down and hugged her. Their breathing calmed down and they began to fall asleep. When Naruto was almost asleep, the girl quietly asked if they would move back tomorrow. The guy just muttered something. The guy first kissed the girl on the lips, then, under the influence of passion, he began to go lower, kissing the neck and sometimes biting, and later he began to bite the right nipple. Karin began to roam her hands along the guy's back, after which Naruto abruptly entered. There was a quiet cry from the girl, but when the blonde began to move inside the girl, she began to moan with pleasure. Naruto also alternately bit and licked the nipple. And soon he came straight into the girl. Then he lay down and hugged her. Their breathing calmed down and they began to fall asleep. When Naruto was almost asleep, the girl quietly asked if they would move back tomorrow. The guy just muttered something. There was a quiet cry from the girl, but when the blonde began to move inside the girl, she began to moan with pleasure. Naruto also alternately bit and licked the nipple. And soon he came straight into the girl. Then he lay down and hugged her. Their breathing calmed down and they began to fall asleep. When Naruto was almost asleep, the girl quietly asked if they would move back tomorrow. The guy just muttered something. There was a quiet cry from the girl, but when the blonde began to move inside the girl, she began to moan with pleasure. Naruto also alternately bit and licked the nipple. And soon he came straight into the girl. Then he lay down and hugged her. Their breathing calmed down and they began to fall asleep. When Naruto was almost asleep, the girl quietly asked if they would move back tomorrow. The guy just muttered something. The morning was not quite ordinary. It was very noisy on the street. Everyone was running around with boxes, plants, weapons, and the wounded. Karin was the first to wake up and immediately woke Naruto up. The girl got dressed first and ran to deal with it all. On the way she met Sakura. She stopped even thinking about the offense. "Hello, what's going on here? You do not know?" Karin nodded in response. "We were attacked." The Raikage got mad and started chasing everyone away. Today he is more determined than ever. It looks like the war will start today. I see. Thanks. Having said this, the girl very quickly ran to gather all the Kages for a meeting. After running around like this for about 5 minutes, the Kunoichi did not find anyone and therefore decided to do shadow cloning. There were 5 clones. They scattered in different directions. The real girl went to the building where they usually gathered. There was no one there. Since there was nothing to do, the Kunoichi sat down to meditate right on the cold floor. Of course, the thought that something had happened haunted her, but meditation calmed her nerves a little. After all, she now had someone to protect and someone to give her life for. So the story has also changed. Now the outcome of events is generally unknown. It is unknown who will attack and when, who will die. This uncertainty was killing the girl, right from the inside. Soon all the Kage came together and began to discuss their differences again. "And I'm telling you that you need to attack now, before the enemies wait for it." The Raikage still shouted. In addition to Naruto, Tsunade, Minato and Jiraiya were also present here. Nagato and Konan came from a mission. Minato walked around upset, but tried not to show it. After all, a real war will begin very soon, and Kushina is still dead. Karin tried to change the technique for Kushina, but it was all in vain. Karin was also not happy that she couldn't help Minato, but after promising to come up with something, she calmed down a little. Suddenly the girl couldn't stand these arguments for days in a row. So it is. Since history has changed and knows in which direction, now we will calmly discuss everything and come up with a plan of action. And without screaming, Tsunade shouted and supported the girl. Now, having entered their lair, we must destroy at least half of the white Zetsu clones. Because this is where it all starts. Madara or Tobi or whatever his name is will no longer have Nagato's eyes. No, he, of course, can try to take them from your real body, but it is useless. There is not a single piece of soul left there and therefore it will just be eyes. He won't be able to restore them, since he will have to call your soul there. The girl walked around the room and discussed their chances in the war, but this is also impossible. Only I can send your soul and mind back, or he needs to find the same soul and mind. But since everyone is unique in their own way, this is also impossible. This means that in order to subjugate Biju, he needs time to find another way to control everyone at once. For now they are just preparing, although it is unknown who attacked us. The best time to defeat them is now. Karin finished her fiery speech. So, we need to assemble a squad of shinobi and send them on reconnaissance. Because it's too risky to attack them, because if we all go there, we'll get caught like mice in a mousetrap. It is necessary to send people from each village with different abilities there. This will be one group. The Kage squad is the second group. Naruto, Karin, Jiraiya and B are the third group. You will be against the fake Madara. Gaara looked at Naruto. We'll simply distribute the rest into several groups so that each has equal strength. Okay, Gaara. Together with Kakashi, you will distribute the rest while we gather a squad of scouts. Sasuke also spoke without shouting. Well, I think everyone has a task. Minato, you will be the head of the reconnaissance team. Go gather your helpers. I'll go prepare the medicine. Tsunade said and everyone dispersed. Karin sealed various weapon scrolls. She also warned her brother that she would need help in the war. Naruto was collecting Senju chakra. Kakashi and Gaara took assistance from all the villages and began to compile lists of groups of people. The Raikage, Tsuchikage, Mizukage and Shikaku Nara were arguing about the war. After all, in different situations, at different times, there must be a way to win both the battle and the war. B was training. So, before lunch, a reconnaissance group was formed. Most, of course, were from Konoha. A group of reinforcements was supposed to follow them in the evening, in case something happened to the first one. Events began to develop not according to history at all. Meanwhile, Kabuto decided to help Tobi, because he could not control all the Bijou at once. Kabuto, as an ally, found a way to control all the tailed beasts. He injected poison into Bijou and the antidote into Tobi. The poison contained plants that were better not to be combined together, but with the right recipe, even a fly agaric can be made into a cake. Kabuto made a poison that depended on an antidote. Since the poison spread throughout the Bijou's body, Tobi could completely control them. The poison did not affect only the brain and heart, because if any of these were damaged, the war would be lost. Sasuke's eyes have already changed. The lair was defended by many white Zetsu. Tobi was already ready to go to war, but he was a little scared by Kabuto, because who knows what kind of antidote he injected him with. There was no turning back and Tobi went with Bijou to get Naruto and B. The group that was monitoring the safety of the area noticed a terribly strong evil chakra. She was moving straight towards their camps at high speed. It seemed that they were demolishing all the obstacles in their path, trees, animals, everything. Naruto found out about this even without the security group, since he was collecting Senju chakra and felt everything that was happening even at a distance. Karin was also able to feel this anger and strength on Tobi's part, fear and a certain weakness from the ninja who remained to cover the rear. The girl set up barriers everywhere. They didn't do anything to the enemy, they just let them know who and where they were. They decided to send the remaining ninja to other groups, because here they would die in any case. The security group was very far from the camp, they could only be approached through a huge number of corpses. They found out that Kabuto had already begun to perform his technique, they had even sealed away several resurrected dead. The Kage, who were about to fight the real Madara, set off. They didn't know when or where he might appear, but since he was supposed to protect Kabuto, it was logical to run towards him, killing or quickly sealing enemies along the way. Suddenly everyone felt Tobi so close that it was now clear that all this anger came not so much from him, but from the Bijou. Tobi was generally indifferent, he only had the desire to carry out his plan. The Bijou were in a lot of pain because of the poison and it was unpleasant that they were being controlled. No, of course, they had tried to master them before, but not in the same way. Moreover, now they will all face each other together, in one battle. They didn't like each other before, but still, they are the children of one person, the children of the Sage of the Six Paths. Now Tobi has already arrived, he did not attack himself, he used the power of Bijou. To begin with, he called only the one-tailed creature into battle, which immediately began to demolish all the tents and trees around. He was looking for Naruto. The Hokage did not wait for him to be found and jumped onto the roof of the entire building. With some sixth sense he knew their pain. He knew how it was for them while they were sealed all the time, he knew what it was like when they take your chakra against your will, when they try to subjugate you. Kurama felt it too, just a little, but he became a little kinder and at the same time stronger. Naruto scattered kunai with seals all over the area. He began to move from place to place in order to confuse the false Madara, and with Senju chakra he almost merged with nature, so even with the Sharingan it was difficult to notice him. Then Tobi decided to summon all the Bijou. They, in turn, began to destroy everything around, even the earth. Jiraiya, who managed to jump away from the tail of the five-tailed Bijou in time, summoned Gamabunta and Gamaken. Gamabunta began to fight the five tails, and Gamaken took on the 6 tails. Karin also did not stand aside. So far she has not called anyone, but simply using weak lightning techniques she tried to catch up with or at least understand how Toby moves and disappears. Not to say it was a serious battle, just a warm-up. After a few seconds, Toby simply stopped using his disappearing technique and simply dodged. The girl was confused by this. She stopped, then he struck her with a strong kick in the stomach. Before they were both on a huge statue, but now the kunoichi flew to the ground. Without hesitation, he jumped down, right on the girl, but that was not the case. Naruto jumped off Shikaku and hit Toby right in the mask. He flew off. Naruto pulled the girl to her feet and said, "She stopped," then he kicked her hard in the stomach. Before they were both on a huge statue, but now the kunoichi flew to the ground. Without hesitation, he jumped down, right on the girl, but that was not the case. Naruto jumped off Shikaku and hit Toby right in the mask. He flew off. Naruto pulled the girl to her feet and said, "She stopped," then he kicked her hard in the stomach. Before they were both on a huge statue, but now the kunoichi flew to the ground. Without hesitation, he jumped down, right on the girl, but that was not the case. Naruto jumped off Shikaku and hit Toby right in the mask. He flew off. Naruto pulled the girl to her feet and said, "Calm down, actually, I'm the one who has to fight him. So get out of here." Then Naruto turned his gaze to Toby and realized that he was going to run away. "Stand here. So, I have to fight too." The girl also saw that he was making seals and the bijus were disappearing one by one. "Hey! The idiot has already chickened out? Don't start a war if you can't even finish the battle. We'll see you again," and with these words Toby disappeared. Jiraiya said goodbye to the newly summoned toads and went to see B because he had been shot in the leg. Naruto led the girl by the hand. Nothing hurt anymore, but the guy was worried. "B, get up, come on, you weren't hurt that bad. Do you hear? Are you okay?" said the 8-tailed one inside B. "Everything is cool, just a little stupid." B said the same thing inside. "Of course, it's stupid not to notice how a big sharp stone is flying at you." The 8-tailed man calmed down and didn't speak anymore. Well, why did he escape? Jiraiya didn't understand. Knows him, but that's good. After all, I only now understand how weak we are. Naruto, only you understand them, only you can save them. Yes, I know. He will return. Now he didn't have half his strength, that's why he left. Now heal, train and get ready for a more serious battle. Having said that, Naruto went to inspect their territory, where and what had survived. Meanwhile at Kabuto's, Minato and the group were waiting for the right moment to attack, but that snake noticed them and decided to attack first. He resurrected Itachi and one girl. At first, Minato didn't know who this girl was, but when he saw the long, red hair, there was no doubt that it was Kushina. Kushina. Minato called his wife, but she didn't even turn around. "Bastard! Where did you get it from? Quiet. Why shout like that? I had few strong subordinates, so I had to work hard to get such a miracle as Kushina." Kabuto approached the woman and straightened her hair. Minato could not stand it and ran into the fight. Kabuto used Kushina instead of a shield and weapon. Minato jumped back sharply and looked angrily at the creature, which no longer looked like anything. "If you want to fight, you will fight with your wife, I'll watch it with pleasure." Minato simply didn't know what to do anymore. Then he decided to contact Naruto if he was still in hermit mode. This was the only thought that came to his mind. Minato tried to contact Naruto and, surprisingly, it happened faster than he thought. "Naruto, there's a problem here, I can't handle it on my own. He resurrected your mother and is forcing me to fight her. Can you move here now?" "Yes, of course. I use kunai seals. I'll just warn Karin." Naruto got angry too, but he said calmly to the girl, Karin, I'm going to see Dad. There are problems there. If anything happens, be prepared, you might be able to save your mother, will you help? Certainly go. Naruto made the seals and quickly moved towards Minato. The first thing he saw was a dirty shelter in which water had come from somewhere. It seems that half of the shelter here has already been destroyed and water from the nearby river has gotten inside. He also immediately noticed a tall girl with hair the same red and slightly longer than Karin's. Kunai were scattered throughout the shelter. Therefore, he did not immediately notice his father, and when he noticed, he ran to the exhausted group of scouts. Naruto saw that some of the ninja were passed out from genjutsu and one was being hypnotized by someone. The guy immediately thought it was Sasuke and didn't know how to react, kill or try to talk. But, turning around, he saw Itachi and, without hesitation, decided to attack in order to knock down the genjutsu technique. Itachi was able to dodge and also struck back. Naruto also managed to see out of the corner of his eye how Minato tries to injure Kabuto, but he always substitutes Kushina in his place. This infuriated Naruto and he decided to attack Kabuto, but he covered himself with Itachi. This is what iron protection means. He decided to use the incredibly big Rasengan against Itachi in order to delay him at least for a while. He managed to hit Itachi and, while he was recovering, both Hokages decided to attack, but the snakes detained both. Itachi managed to recover. Naruto, you can't defeat me like that. Then Naruto starts coughing. The guy doesn't understand at all why he would cough. But then a black crow flies out of it. The guy stands in complete shock, his eyes almost fly out of his sockets, and then he remembers the incident when, with the help of genjutsu, the same bird was shoved into him. Crow immediately looked at Itachi with his Sharingan and, when Kabuto decided to use it again, Itachi kicked him in the legs, causing him to fall. I actually didn't intend to use Shizuya's eyes in this way, but I had no choice. Here he also began an attack on Kabuto. As they fought, the fox realized that the more people against Madara, the stronger their army. He could help Kushina, but he could not forget the insult. Resentment that they kept him locked up for so many years, they tried to take away both his strength and his life. He wasn't just angry at Kushina, he was angry at the whole world. He understood that perhaps after the end of this war everything would change if they won. He also knew how Naruto felt and that the guy was determined to help them. And, realizing this, he tried to call Kushina, since he was still in her, but nothing worked. Naruto, Kushina has neither soul nor mind. This is just the appearance of your mother. She doesn't even have techniques. You can call Karin here, she understands this. Kurama spoke inside Naruto. Naruto was still in hermit mode, although 4 clones were in different parts of the world, the Kyuubi chakra helped. Naruto decided to call Karin to the battlefield. Karin, Kabuto resurrected my mother, but she is without a soul. You could give a soul and a mind, but you couldn't give a body, right? He managed to quickly contact the girl. Yes. I'll be with you soon. The girl said the same thing mentally. She did not possess the technique of the God of Thunder, but she had a technique that was not inferior in speed to even the 4th Hokage. There were some nuances. If Naruto could be in place almost immediately after folding the seals, then the girl first had to turn into a Sannin with wings, accumulate chakra, and only then fly. And the flight is always fast, she flies at the same speed with which she fell from the cliff. The girl made several seals, sent all the chakra that she had been collecting for a long time from her glasses into her wings and flew away. Sasuke had already gotten out of bed rest and managed to kill all the Zetsu clones he saw. He went outside and noticed with his Sharingan how something quickly rushed past him. The chakra seemed familiar to him, but stronger and more powerful than it was before. Since he was now overcome by a desire to kill, he ran after Karin. Although he was slower, he still also came to that enemy's lair. He immediately noticed Itachi fighting with Kabuto. I also saw this familiar, but changed chakra. He saw Naruto, who was also fighting against Kabuto. He stood in complete bewilderment, his composure had disappeared somewhere and he was touched by someone's equipment. Immediately getting up after the fall, he decided to attack Kabuto and talk to his brother. Sasuke attacked Kabuto, but he, like a real snake, can get out of any situation, which, in fact, is what he did. Then Sasuke immediately decided to punch his brother. Well, it turned out that the guy hit his brother in the nose and he flew off, clearly not expecting this. Sasuke ran towards him. Family squabbles began there, at which time Karin, Naruto, and Minato managed to bring Kabuto to such a state that he began to yell something about the world, about snakes, and that he could not be defeated, because he was stronger than Orochimaru. The girl was tired of this. She never liked this attitude towards everything. She managed to throw the crazy man to the floor. Then Naruto created multiple shadow cloning, made many Rasen Shuriken and threw everyone at the same time at Kabuto. But no such luck, he was somehow able to escape. Naruto, make one clone, otherwise I won't be able to handle it myself. It took a lot of chakra to get here. I'll go resurrect your mother, and you handle it here. Karin began to give orders. Kabuto didn't touch Kushina anymore. Naruto made one clone, and he attacked and thought about how to defeat Kabuto. After a short showdown, the Uchiha brothers finally decided to help in the war. Of course, Itachi didn't say much, but somehow he postponed the conversation for later. They used Susanoo and also began to attack. At first, everyone was looking for Kabuto's weaknesses, and the girl was already drawing a circle with blood. For some reason this reminded her of Haiden. They did this all away from the fight so as not to be hurt. Naruto's clone transferred chakra through his hands, just like he did to Chiyo's grandmother. Karin transferred Kushina's soul and mind into her body. It was just as difficult as with Minato. Immediately after that the girl fainted. The Naruto clone held Karin in his arms and at the same time explained the most important things to Kushina. Kabuto was already pretty exhausted. He is, of course, very strong, but how can he compete with two Hokages and the Uchiha brothers? The battle was long. Itachi was poisoned several times, but he was already dead. Minato was also wounded, but he could still endure the pain and continued to fight. The others who were with Minato were generally scattered throughout the shelter. Kabuto improved Orochimaru's technique. Now he could absorb the chakra, abilities and years of life of another person. So he used the illusion, but Naruto could not be absorbed right away, because he had the 9 tails and he immediately came out of the illusion. While Kabuto did not notice this, the guy decided to kill him. There was little chakra left, but the 9 tails gave up half of its chakra and Naruto, having collected all the Senju chakra, punched him, so to speak, in the face. Then he created shadow clones and added lightning and air together for the first time in Rasen Shuriken. It was something, one might say, the same as before, only now it was much larger, stronger, and a lot of the 9 tails chakra emanated from the technique itself, and the lightning also made the technique brighter and now it was blinding. The guy was able to throw such a boom at Kabuto the first time. Now there is little left of him alive, or rather, nothing alive left at all. Karin was still passed out, the clone was no longer there, Kushina was sitting next to the girl. Itachi didn't disappear, probably because Kabuto no longer possessed him. The only bad thing was that this self-confident psycho had thought of everything. He had prepared a technique in advance that if he was killed, then Madara, the real Madara, would automatically be resurrected. It was terrible. Although there was one less crazy person, it didn't make it any easier. Now everyone had little strength, they didn't want to go anywhere, so they stayed in the shelter for several hours. Sasuke talked with Itachi and Naruto joined them, Kushina talked with Minato, and at the same time looked after the girl. So, Minato, tell me who resurrected me and why. The 4th Hokage didn't really want to talk about this topic, but there's a war, especially since his wife was resurrected. Let's start from the very beginning. After I sealed the 9 tails into Naruto, no one told him about it and everyone considered him an outcast, so he decided to become Hokage so that they would believe in him. Then he studied with Kakashi. Sasuke, the one who sits with them, seemed to betray the village. The Akatsuki organization began collecting tailed creatures for its own purposes. The head of this organization was Tobi, essentially Obito. The tailed creatures are needed to carry out Madara's plan. Madara, since he hates the shinobi world, wants to plunge the whole world into eternal genjutsu with the help of the 10 tails, in order to get Naruto and beat. These are the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. It is these 2 that we are defending in this war. For the first time, the 5 great shinobi nations came together and joined forces against Madara. That's all, actually. Kushina was just about to say something when Minato started again. No, Kabuto is Madara's accomplice and he is the one who resurrected you. More precisely, only your body, and this girl transferred your soul and mind into your body. The 4th pointed to Karin. Well, since I'm here, we will win this war. The girl's former enthusiasm awoke, her eyes lit up and it was clear that she did not regret being resurrected. Meanwhile, in the company of Sasuke, Naruto and Itachi, a conversation started. Why did you go to war against us for Madara? Naruto pestered Sasuke. It was clear that the interlocutor clearly did not want to talk about this topic, but Naruto was persistent. The 3rd Hokage and all of Konoha ruined my brother's life. The Uchiha clan also suffered a lot. And in general, I wanted to destroy all of Konoha. Itachi intervenes at this moment. Sasuke, you again believe in someone else's illusion. Even with my eyes, you cannot understand where the truth is and where the illusion is when it is really necessary. I don't forbid you to believe in someone else's illusion, but you are harming yourself. Then why did you leave only me alive, me from the entire Uchiha clan? I had to die along with everyone else. Sasuke shouted. He would have gotten up and left, but he wanted to explain himself to his brother. Because you didn't know anything about the plans, you were too young. Moreover, I thought that when you grew up, would be able to pay for our clan. I couldn't explain everything to you at once. But now you know everything, I have nothing to hide from you anymore. You can continue to be a renegade, or you can help the 5 shinobi nations and continue to live in peace. I don't know how people will react to you, because you were a missing nin. The Raikage was very angry when you tried to steal his brother, but if you help us in the war, he won't be so angry. Okay, we've sorted it out. Suddenly Karin came up from behind, hugged Naruto and said, let's take this Kabuto. The girl looked at him with disgust. To the laboratory, let him be processed there. Then the girl looked at Itachi. You, missing nin, will you come with us? After all, you still protect Konoha? Yes, I am going. Itachi answered and looked at Sasuke. No one used fast travel, everyone walked normally. Itachi told his brother everything he wanted to know. Kushina first kissed her son, and then she seemed to calm down more or less and calmly walked with Minato. Naruto's clone carried what was left of Kabuto. Karin had already managed to meet and communicate with Kushina, and was now calmly talking about something with the guy. Karin, why do you have bites almost all over your body? Well, the girl hesitated, did not know how to answer. I have a strong healing technique. If you bite me, then with the help of chakra, all the wounds of the person who bites are healed. And who bit you? Naruto asked in surprise. It was Orochimaru who tested the techniques, and every time when his valuable exhibit almost died, I healed him. The girl quickly said, blushing. Naruto was shocked, but didn't say anything so as not to upset the girl. Then they walked quietly. Along the way they came across many white zetsu, but since they were weak, Naruto dealt with them quickly and there were many trees left of them. Minato decided to go to the 5 Kage. He knew that they had to defeat Madara, but it was more reliable, and there would be fewer casualties. They soon reached their previous location of Tobi and Karin's fight without incident. Naruto immediately went to B, who was training and at the same time trying to compose a rap. Jiraiya was there too. As soon as he saw Kushina, he immediately took the still unopened sake from the table. Only the girl managed to say, "Hello." He nervously poured sake into a cup that was standing on the table. The girl simply came up and hugged Jiraiya, as if to show that he was not yet drunk, and the Sannin hugged him back. They started talking about life. Naruto was training in hermit mode and trying to come up with a new strong technique against Tobi. Karin ran to the headquarters, which contacted everyone and monitored everything. Everyone was still holding up well there was enough chakra, and there weren't any serious battles in the world yet. "Hello," the girl said to everyone she saw and immediately approached Shikaku Nara. "Well, how are things going here for you?" There are already less than half of white Zetsu. Since people knew their abilities, they immediately tried to kill them. There are still many resurrected, but we have already sealed 5 of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Kakashi and his group split into 2 small squads. People trained well and divided into groups correctly. Now we have everything under control. As soon as Shikaku finished speaking, Yamanako immediately said, 5 Kage, or rather 6, have already met their opponent. How are you going to stop Madara if you already killed Kabuto, because only he could stop the resurrection technique? I don't know, we haven't decided this yet. Thanks for the information, I'll run back and report. The girl ran quickly, but did not use chakra. She was simply using her sensory abilities to check if she was being followed. A row of evil white Zetsu lined up in front of the girl. Karin, without thinking twice, attacked them. This number began to quickly decrease. Immediately, as soon as the girl killed all the Zetsu, someone grabbed her by the hair from behind with a death grip. The kunoichi turned around sharply, despite the pain in her head, and saw Tobi. It was strange, because such an evil and nasty chakra had to be felt from a great distance. Moreover, she has become much stronger than before. It didn't look like he was running towards the girl from somewhere, rather he just appeared out of nowhere. Karin was scared, all her enthusiasm disappeared in an instant, her whole body began to shake, a huge lump came to her throat, through which it was difficult to breathe. True, in such a situation there is no point in breathing if you already understand that you will die now and you won't be able to do anything about it. Somehow overpowering herself, the girl folded the seals and went into Sannin mode. It seems that Tobi is so confident in himself that he didn't even take the bijou. Cutting off a piece of hair with a kunai, the kunoichi jumped as far as possible. She decided not to engage him in battle, she wouldn't win anyway, so she ran, almost flew, to everyone else. Since Tobi had a Rinnegan, he simply pulled the girl towards him. "What do you want from me?" Karin said stuttering. "Nothing from you. But it is because of you that the 9 tails will come into my hands." The girl understood the seriousness of the situation and since her hands were free, she took out a kunai, put it to her stomach and shouted, "You won't get it." But she didn't even have time to scratch herself. With a slight movement of his hand, the guy in the mask knocked this kunai out of the girl's hands. Then he simply touched her forehead with his hand and the girl passed out. He took her back to where he came from, leaving a trail of his chakra and the girl for Naruto to follow. While Karin was in a dark room with her hands tied, Naruto was already getting ready to look for her. The sun has already set, but the girl is still not there, although at headquarters they said that she left a long time ago. Naruto went into hermit mode and began searching for the girl's chakra. It didn't take long to search, although there was a lot of enchantment, its source was far away. The guy sent a clone there, but there was no one there. Only barely noticeable traces of a fight. Alien, evil chakra was also present. The guy dispelled the clone and found out everything. He immediately realized that it was a trap, but there was nowhere to go. Naruto continued to search for the same chakra, but found only Tobi's chakra. Immediately collecting his weapon, he followed the trail. Later Kushina, B, and Jiraiya caught up with him. They came to a forest where there were many tangled roads. Tobi and the girl's chakra was everywhere, so they decided to split up. At the same time in Orochimaru's lair, Itachi and Sasuke were looking for a way to dispel the resurrection technique. But so far they had not found anything normal. On the way, Jiraiya met a one-tailed one, Kushina, a two-tailed one, B, a three-tailed one, and Naruto, in hermit mode, continued to look for the girl. Soon B joined him. Meanwhile, Karin is completely unarmed, tied up, sitting on the cold floor in a dark room. Then the door opens with a jerk, the harsh light blinds the girl, although it is dim. It was clear that it was not from the sun, perhaps even from fire. I woke up. You've been sleeping for a long time. The girl did not have time to see who was addressing her, because the door was immediately closed. But she began to remember recent events and slowly understand what was happening. Where I am? The girl asked in a hoarse voice. At home. In the Uzumaki clan, or rather in what is left of it. And so, you ruined almost all my plans. How do you know so much about the war and my plans? It turned out that there was a table in the room with a candle on it, which Tobi set on fire. The girl began to understand the situation even more. Only one thing could not fit in her head: why in the Uzumaki clan? Why here? I just know that's all. The voice has become more normal. Why do you need me? Are you going to torture me? I won't tell you anything. This is not necessary. If necessary, I will just look you in the eyes. Tell it like this. Why did you leave the battlefield then? Kabuto introduced a strange antidote and my body began to collapse. Because I didn't have the Rinnegan and couldn't control the Biju, he injected them with poison and injected me with the antidote. So I controlled them, but when you killed him, the poison and the antidote are almost unrelated, they evaporate like water. Now I need a Rinnegan, you know exactly how I can get it. The girl simply shook her head, showing that she knew nothing at all. If you don't tell me, I'll use the Sharingan against you and find out everything. Tell us. Tobi suddenly shouted. It seemed he was not going to show his face to the girl. Only Nagato has the Rinnegan. You know that yourself. Take it from either the living or the dead. I'm not good at biology. I don't know anything else. Tobi, naturally, didn't believe it. Because there was no point in continuing the conversation further, because the girl would not say anything more. Tobi simply took off his mask, causing the girl to immediately look at his face. She knew that this should not be done, but it happened automatically. Although it was impossible to hypnotize her, there was a protective technique in front of her eyes. Alas, this did not help. It looks like he developed it somehow. The girl plunged into genjutsu, and after a few minutes Tobi already knew everything. Still not understanding from what world she came here and how she ended up here, he left. The girl was left unconscious and with bound limbs. He knew her techniques, the techniques of the ninja she knew, and what she knew about himself. At the same time, the Kage and Madara, now they were all encouraged not only by Tsuchikage, but also by Minato. He had already died once, so he helped them both physically and mentally. Karin and Orochimaru had different resurrection techniques, so Minato could be killed, but Madara could not. It was not possible to seal it, but he had not yet used strong techniques. Although they destroyed the surrounding trees and mountains not weakly. The fact that Minato could be killed proved that he was a real, living person, more alive than even Madara. After all, he does not recover at the snap of his fingers, does not run wherever he is ordered, and does everything of his own free will. This time the battle was between 30 clones of Madara and 6 Kage. Madara was winning, but they believed in their victory. Since the Raikage had 2 arms, he could use powerful techniques that involved placing seals. Madara kept trying to prove that they were all non-entities, that against Hashirama Senju they were just a pathetic pile of garbage, but his reports were constantly interrupted by Minato. His spirit did not fall, he believed in his strength and attacked Madara to confuse him. It was impossible to seal it. Some special technique was needed. This is where Karin would come in handy. She knew a bunch of techniques that she had not used in life. Moreover, even if there was no such technique in her arsenal, she could come up with it and quickly put it into action. But the girl is not on this battlefield, we have to think for ourselves. Minato agreed with Tsunade that he would use speed, and she would use strength. Gaara and the Mizukage remained to provide cover. Inoki used his techniques to help the Raikage, but that was only before they came up with a new plan or someone was sent to them. All the poison and antidote had already evaporated from Tobi and Biju, so he simply left them sealed in the statue. Having recovered from such an antidote, he took the girl and went to Nagato's grave. Karin had already begun to come to her senses, but since she was carried upside down, she thought that it was still an illusion. The group that went with Naruto to look for the girl did not even look for her on the island of the Uzumaki clan, but in the forest, not far from which the grave of Nagato and Yahiko was located. After Tobi sealed all the tailed beasts back into the statue, Kushina and Jiraiya began searching for Naruto and Bee, who were looking for the girl at the time. It seems that Tobi had prepared for them to split up in the forest. Although he is not a master of traps, there were still a lot of them. Tobi ran with the girl near the forest. Karin immediately felt the familiar chakra. She immediately wanted to scream, but she was stopped. No, not Tobi. Something clicked in her head and she just burst into tears. Out of despair. After all, if she screams now, there will be a battle, her friends will lose, they will all die and it will be her fault. The girl just cried. She always pretended to be a monster, a strong girl who is not afraid of anything, who can give a damn about everything, but that was not true. She simply defended herself from the outside world, tried to make sure that they feared her, so that they would not touch her, but in the end she herself got involved in all this. I could just leave everything as it is, because Naruto would have won anyway, but the whole story has been changed, what to do now is unknown. Soon they arrived. Karin had already stopped crying, but what was the point? Naruto noticed a familiar chakra that had recently appeared. I immediately ran there, but there was no one there. Seeing the only path, I ran along it. Tobi has already untied the girl's hands, so that she would make a seal, transfer Nagato's soul into a real body and he could take the Rinnegan. Karin refused, after which he again threatened to use the Sharingan, but even then the girl did not agree. The Kunoichi quickly made the seals, so quickly that Tobi didn't even have time to notice which ones, but in vain. She called upon her brother, the lightning god. He was 3 times faster than the girl, already managed to understand what was happening and punched Tobi right in the face, but the mask didn't even crack. Tobi couldn't keep up with the speed of the lightning god, so he started using his technique. His body parts disappeared one by one and quickly. He did not know where they could strike and simply defended himself. Imagine his surprise when he realized that this was Karin's technique. He did not understand how it was possible to hide such chakra reserves and strong techniques. He also didn't understand why she hadn't used the summoning technique before. The girl collected her thoughts and went into hermit mode. At that time Naruto saw them. He did not immediately recognize the girl, but then he realized that she had a lot of techniques in stock. Karin? Naruto asked. Bee had already caught up with him. I told you that the tailed ones will come into my hands. Obito still had time to speak. Naruto immediately flew up and hit him in the mask. This time it cracked. The guy could sense the lightning god and didn't collide with him. I don't have time to help you, I still need to cancel the resurrection technique, take all the Biju, and kill you. The girl became stronger right before our eyes. Now they were outnumbered by Tobi and they thought they would defeat him. But that was not the case. Obito began to disappear right before our eyes. Either he was retreating, although it is unlikely, because he is also strong, it seems that this is just a deception. And so it turned out, he suddenly, just out of nowhere, crawled out next to the girl and hit the carotid artery in her neck with his hand. From which she fell to her knees, but conscious. Just as quickly, he tried to hit Naruto, but he managed to dodge and struck himself. Obito flew several meters away, and yet, after that poison, something happened to him, and this something was clearly for the benefit of Konoha. Toby, taking a risk, decided to subjugate the Biju without using the Rinnegan. There was another way to do this. He called the statue to battle. He immediately took out the scrolls he had prepared in advance. After all, he was very prudent. He summoned all the Biju from the statue and immediately sealed the scrolls within them. It was not possible to seal the scroll only in Son Goku. The god of lightning managed to snatch it and burn it. Everyone else obeyed Toby. When Son Goku attacked Toby, he decided to seal him back into the statue, but this did not work. The tailed one had more chakra and he began to destroy everything around him together with other tailed ones. Naruto and Karin decided to take them away from the graves. Showing B and the lightning god to run after them, the girl threw a sealing seal, but no one hit it. Karin was from the Uzumaki clan, and therefore knew many sealing techniques. She could seal anyone. She also taught sealing techniques to Naruto, but he liked stronger techniques that did not require writing and working with paper. Son Goku had not yet decided who he was for, what was going on, so he attacked the girl who was trying to separate from the others. Kushina and Jiraiya came running to them. They quickly realized what was happening. Naruto and B fought with Toby, Shikaku, and Matatabi. Jiraiya, Kushina, and the lightning god took on the rest of the tailed beasts. Karin did not have time to make the seal and Son Goku swallowed her. Naruto couldn't help it. The girl had already communicated with the tailed creatures and was now also trying to establish contact with the Biju. Surprisingly, it happened quickly, but he was very angry. What was going on? So he attacked the girl who was trying to separate from the others. Kushina and Jiraiya came running to them. They quickly realized what was happening. Naruto and B fought with Toby, Shikaku, and Matatabi. Jiraiya, Kushina, and the lightning god took on the rest of the tailed beasts. Karin did not have time to make the seal and Son Goku swallowed her. Naruto couldn't help it. The girl had already communicated with the tailed creatures and was now also trying to establish contact with the Biju. Surprisingly, it happened quickly, but he was very angry. What was going on? So he attacked the girl who was trying to separate from the others. Kushina and Jiraiya came running to them. They quickly realized what was happening. Naruto and B fought with Toby, Shikaku, and Matatabi. Jiraiya, Kushina, and the lightning god took on the rest of the tailed beasts. Karin did not have time to make the seal and Son Goku swallowed her. Naruto couldn't help it. The girl had already communicated with the tailed creatures and was now also trying to establish contact with the Biju. Surprisingly, it happened quickly, but he was very angry. The girl had already communicated with the tailed creatures and was now also trying to establish contact with the Biju. Surprisingly, it happened quickly, but he was very angry. The girl had already communicated with the tailed creatures and was now also trying to establish contact with the Biju. Surprisingly, it happened quickly, but he was very angry. How did you end up here? You are not a Jinchuriki. He shouted. He would have hit, but the chains held him back. You swallowed me yourself. Yes, I am not a Jinchuriki and perhaps I do not understand your pain as much as Naruto, but still, I know what you had to go through. You do not know anything. You people are simply insignificant. The girl understood that nothing would work out like that. I decided that I could contact Naruto and the Nine Tails, let them explain the politics of life. Just squatting down, she decided to contact them. The four-tailed one was generally in shock. He just stood there, bound in chains, unable to say anything. A girl came, and the man was sitting, just sitting. Naruto left Tobi on B and the Eight Tails for now, and he himself passed first into the consciousness of Kurama, then Son Goku. Naruto, this is your conversation, although it swallowed me too. The girl said and decided not to interfere if she didn't have to. Another one. How dare you? The Four Tails shouted, but then he sensed the Nine Tails chakra. Is that you, Kurama? Yes. He didn't want to say much. Naruto and Karin destroyed the chains. These chains remained from the previous sealing. Without another word, Naruto left the Four Tails subconscious. Tell me, how did you get here? I'm not a Jinchuriki, but I understand you, and I have good sensor abilities. You will see Naruto again soon, he will help you. The girl smiled and also disappeared from Sun's subconscious. She woke up in his mouth, pouring a mixture of herbs from the scroll onto Biju's tongue. The girl immediately flew out of his mouth, for he began to cough wildly. The four-tailed Biju was coughed up by Karin. She landed calmly on her feet. The dream was no longer subject to Tobi, but it could still be sealed, which he tried to do while Tobi was covered by the tailed ones. But even starting to seal it didn't work. While Tobi was unprotected, Naruto decided to strike. He folded the seals and was unable to use the technique. The Hokage kicked him in the mask. For some reason, I immediately remembered the fight with Sasuke on the roof of the hospital. Therefore, Naruto decided to strengthen the blow with his hand, which immediately cracked the mask. Even though Obito didn't have a Rinnegan now, he was still very strong. The Five Tails threw the guy deep into the forest with its tail. Tobi, taking the opportunity and not caring about the mask, decided to seal Son Goku into the statue again. Because the seal to subjugate his consciousness had already been destroyed, Son's tails began to disappear one after another. No one could stop him. Each one fought with the rest of the tailed creatures. Naruto decided to talk to Kurama. Kurama, he will seal it again now. This cannot be allowed. Besides, I already have little chakra. The Nine Tails wordlessly clenched his paw into a fist and handed it to Naruto. What do you want to do? I'll give you my chakra. Better with you than with Madara. We need to free the others. Yes. The guy also clenched his hand into a fist and brought it to Kurama's paw. Naruto immediately felt his body overflowing with chakra. The cage that held the Kyuubi completely opened and disappeared. Since the guy was still inside the forest, he had to run to Son. His chakra and the Kyuubi's chakra could be seen from afar. B and the Eight Tails were shocked by what they saw. Although the guy could not yet take the same form as B, the appearance of chakra was enough. Having quickly reached and scattered the Biju in different directions, he again tried to hit Tobi, but he took the chakra from Son and used his movement technique. The tailed creatures quickly stood up and began to attack again. Karin, tell me where Tobi sealed the seals. The girl immediately began checking the chakra flows, although they were confused, but still after she became a resident of Konoha, she became the best sensor of the village. Naruto, they all have them on the neck, on the left side. But you can't just get them. Remember the last sealing techniques I taught you? The girl did not wait for an answer. Fold the same seals only in reverse order. Since Tobi spent a lot of time on the island of the Uzumaki clan, he managed to find the seals. The girl herself folded these seals, wrote them down and put them into action. She knew a lot of techniques. Some of them were not even necessary. Naruto made many clones and sent them to retrieve the seals. At this time, the girl checked where Tobi and Son were, but she no longer felt the tailed chakra. Tobi has already sealed the tailed one, now all that remains is to prevent him from sealing other tailed ones. Naruto quickly made seals and began to take out small scrolls, although the tailed creatures fought back. When the guy almost took out the scrolls, he found himself in some unusual place, a place where he had never been. He was without Kurama's chakra. All the Biju and all the Jinchuriki were here. We were waiting for you. Ni said to Yujito. What then about Sun? He is not here. You came all this way, just as the Four Tails said. This is a different place. After we all became one, you were able to penetrate even deeper into the consciousness of the tailed ones. Look, Kurama turned to Naruto, the Jinchuriki are here too. The dream was also here, but it was sealed away. But you are all here, you obey no one, and I probably haven't gotten the scrolls yet. The guy was at a loss. This masked freak won't be able to get in here. You did a good job. This is an honor for me, I have long wanted to meet you. I want to thank you on behalf of all the Jinchuriki in Bijou. The three-tailed Jinchuriki still wanted to say something, but stopped, not understanding what was happening. Naruto began to sob. Oh my god. You're very small. You are much younger than me and you have experienced all this cruelty of a Jinchuriki. I know how difficult it is. And the fact that you died so young. It's so sad. You were not destined to taste delicious ramen and find out what a girl's kiss is. Naruto was still crying. The fourth Mizukage shouted something, and Kurama entered the conversation. Yes. You grew up and became Hokage, became more responsible, but your stupidity remained. Moreover, you didn't kiss a girl either, and besides, you kissed Sasuke instead of a girl. After these words, Naruto fell to his knees and said that there was no need to remember this. Apparently, it's not easy for you to remember. So, what did Sasuke's lips taste like? And in general, let me have my say. Just as emotional, the Mizukage waved his arms and shouted. As the Four Tails said, you are not one of those who listen to others. You don't listen to them at all. So, Dream was here after all? Naruto has calmed down more or less. Yes. Grandpa with the beard was also here. We gathered at the request of the Four Tails. Utakata said. I'm glad that such a friendly company has gathered here. Naruto was already smiling. This happened after the Four Tails were sealed for the second time. Naruto, we will help you. We will keep the promise we made to the Four Tails, or rather Son Goku. Even though you didn't get along very well there, he sensed something in you. Moreover, you were able to make friends with Kurama, although no one except us could get along with him. My name is Matatabi. And I am Ni Yujito. The two-tailed Jinchuriki introduced herself, since Gaara was not there. I am Isabu. We've already met. The fourth Mizukage is Yagura. Call me Kokuo. My name is Kan. I am Saiken. My name is Utakata, you know me. I am the lucky seven-tailed one, Chome. My name is Fu. Immediately after they all met, the tailed creatures extended their paws and Naruto also extended his fist. All the tailed animals immediately remembered the moment when Rikuta-sanin said goodbye to them. Everyone also thought that the day the old man spoke about had come. Well, now they will all go the right way. Kurama realized that he had made the right choice, towards Naruto, not Madara. Everyone guessed, the Nine-Tails decided to voice his thoughts. You think the same, right? The old man was talking about Naruto. Kurama shouted. All the tailed ones also agreed with him. This day has come, now it will definitely not be the same as before. Even Karin took part in this somehow. Naruto took out small scrolls from everyone and immediately destroyed them. Even if you were able to achieve complete control over the Nine Tails, don't think that anything has changed. Toby shouted with anger, he had no idea that the guy could be so strong. The tailed creatures were conscious, but could not move. These scrolls disrupted the flow of chakra and, although this flow began to be restored, it was too late. Obito began to seal them. The girl tried to interfere, but he, realizing that perhaps she was to blame for all this, attacked her. When he almost reached her with a kunai, Guy appeared from somewhere and repelled the attack and pushed the girl away. Just when Naruto was trying to stop the sealing of the bijou. Even though Toby fought, the statue also absorbed the tailed creatures. Kakashi also came with Guy. We're all there already. Now the power of youth will win here too. Guy shouted. Kakashi stood silently in shock as he watched Jiraiya try to bring Kushina back to consciousness. It seems that one of the tailed creatures, when under control, beat her. Kushina was brought back to consciousness almost immediately. Naruto couldn't stop the bijou from sealing away. Kakashi tried to transfer the statue to another world, but there was too little chakra. Toby began to disappear using his technique. Everyone was already low on chakra, but they were not going to let him go. It is true that what they were going to do or not going to do had little effect on the situation. Once the tailed ones were sealed, Toby immediately disappeared. It seems that he didn't have Kurama's chakra yet, but he already had the Eight Tails chakra. Because he didn't even try to fight him. Karin tried to track the flow of chakra, but it was useless to run after it now. Since this is just the first connection between Kyuubi and Naruto, now they both need rest. Next time, Naruto will be able to fully transform into his Nine Tails form. The girl knew that Toby went for the chakra of the Nine Tails. After all, to carry out his plan, he simply needs the 10 tails. Although, if there is not enough chakra, the 10 tails will be inferior, but this will be enough for his genjutsu technique. The girl also explained that only with the help of Kakashi's Sharingan can Obito be defeated. After all, even with Naruto's strong techniques, it will not be possible to reach him. Guy reported that almost all of the resurrected had already been sealed, only Madara and Itachi remained. Now all that remains is to figure out how to return the souls back. After thinking a little, they decided that on the way to pick up Toby their chakra would be restored. Kushina objected to Karin about Kakashi and Obito's Sharingan. After all, even with Naruto's strong techniques, it will not be possible to reach him. Guy reported that almost all of the resurrected had already been sealed, only Madara and Itachi remained. Now all that remains is to figure out how to return the souls back. After thinking a little, they decided that on the way to pick up Toby their chakra would be restored. Kushina objected to Karin about Kakashi and Obito's Sharingan. After all, even with Naruto's strong techniques, it will not be possible to reach him. Guy reported that almost all of the resurrected had already been sealed, only Madara and Itachi remained. Now all that remains is to figure out how to return the souls back. After thinking a little, they decided that on the way to pick up Toby their chakra would be restored. Kushina objected to Karin about Kakashi and Obito's Sharingan. We are from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki were known for being able to seal anyone, anywhere, anytime. We also specialized in barriers. If we choose the right barrier and sealing technique, we can win without Kakashi's Sharingan. Well, then seal Madara. Kushina said calmly. Karin didn't object, she just didn't consider this option. Moreover, she doesn't know that many useful techniques. So, let Jiraiya-sensei go help look for information about the resurrection technique. Mom and Karin go to Uzumaki Island, looking for suitable techniques. We shouldn't let Toby revive the 10 tails just yet. After all, if we don't defeat Madara and Toby, then everything we did before will be in vain. Although Naruto was no older than some, he was Hokage and he had to make decisions. Jiraiya did not immediately agree, saying that Naruto is his student and he must protect him. But he immediately convinced him, because he is Hokage, and besides, Jiraiya knew Orochimaru well and, perhaps, could help with something. Kushina and Karin have already left for the island. Kurama again gave chakra to Naruto so that he would enter hermit mode. The guy was quickly able to determine exactly where Toby was. Obito had not yet recovered, so he hid in the forest. Naruto didn't understand why he was able to touch his mask and generally beat him. After all, the Rinnegan is not part of his disappearance technique. Perhaps he simply ran out of chakra, because without the Rinnegan he had to use scrolls into which he had invested a lot of chakra. This version turned out to be the most normal. The guy didn't bother bothering his head with stupid thoughts anymore. Although, why do they need sealing techniques or barriers if they can defeat him anyway? This question also remained open, but not thought through. At this time, they were approaching the barrel of Ginkaku and Kinkaku at high speed. There were many killed and even more wounded, although all those resurrected were sealed and the white Zetsu clones were killed. Meanwhile, Kushina and Karin found their clan's hidden quarters. There was a barrier on it. "It's good that Toby didn't get here," Karin said, knowing that he was here. He still wouldn't be able to remove the barrier. "You see these signs?" Kushina pointed to many different signs and words. "We must unravel the symbols. I think I understand what is written here, but what does the phrase mean? Only a bird that can fly can fall from heaven to earth. This is our Uzumaki clan. We were outstanding shinobi, but they managed to destroy us, not completely, of course, but still. It seems that when we were attacked, someone put up a barrier and after no one was able to remove it, they just left it like that. Maybe a person only from the Uzumaki clan can remove it?" Karin still didn't understand why the clan was compared to a bird, but it was worth trying to disperse the equipment. The only thing she could think of at that time was to simply put her hand on the transparent wall and say, "Scatter." The wall disappeared, as did the walls of the house, which hid a bunch of scrolls, weapons and seals. There was a lot of old furniture that was almost crumbling before our eyes, but could still withstand the load of things and knowledge. Karin realized that she had never seen this and immediately went to the most interesting weapon. Kushina stopped her by tugging her hand. "Be careful, there are a lot of traps here." As they say, the traps did not take long to arrive. Many barriers appeared that the girls only managed to dispel. Almost all the weapons that lay quietly in the dust flew towards the girls. Kushina fought off what was flying at her with a kunai. Karin sealed everything into scrolls to study later. After this, nothing was visible at all. The dust stood in a column, even hands were not visible. The girls began to choke. They would have left, but as soon as they stepped back, they felt a wall. There was no water anywhere nearby, so it was impossible to use much water to remove the dust. Karin took out a scroll in which water was sealed, although she was not sure that it was the same scroll, but her intuition rarely failed her. Already thinking poorly, the girl made the seals. Her intuition did not disappoint. It was a scroll with water, but now it was still necessary to disperse the dust. Gasping, she dispersed the dust, but managed to breathe and fainted. She woke up because someone was calling her. "Karin! Come on, come to your senses." The girl opened her eyes and saw Kushina in front of her. "Get up, the war is not over yet, it's not time to lie down," Kushina said in a perky voice and went to read the scrolls. Karin also immediately stood up. Her head was a little dizzy, so she sat down on the nearest chair. Around the chair were tables and cabinets with scrolls. The girl took the first one, but it contained the usual unnecessary prescription. After looking a little closer, I saw that everything was signed. Various techniques were described: transfers of consciousness, resurrections, cloning, moving different parts of the body to other places. A lot has been described about the Sharingan, Byakugan, Rinnegan and how to counter them. The girl sealed all these scrolls again. Soon Kushina arrived. "Look, I found something." The girl showed the scroll. "How to cancel the wrong resurrection technique and calm the souls of the dead. How do you like the title? This is what we need." The girl opened the scroll and was surprised. Although the technique of resurrection is very complex, the technique of canceling it is very simple. You just need to write the names of all those resurrected on a piece of paper and burn it, while thinking only good things about them. True, you need to write with chakra, and this requires a lot of effort. Kushina was not completely resurrected by this technique, so even if you write her name, she will not disappear, but will continue to live peacefully. Kushina began to write names, and Karin began to look further for techniques related to the Sharingan, another world and other nonsense. Soon I found a technique, using a barrier. This technique was personal to Toby. Only Naruto could use it, because it required a lot of chakra, strength, speed and the presence of an unusual animal. Kurama would come here. Kushina completed all the names, but wasn't sure. Kushina, even if he breaks the contract with Kabuto, his soul will still calm down. After all, it's not Kabuto who cancels the technique, but us. He certainly won't get any contract with us. The girl immediately set fire to the leaf. It was long. Looking up into the sky, she saw a beautiful sight. It seemed as if the stars that had fallen from heaven were flying back. Meanwhile, Madara is in trouble. Although all the Kage were pretty exhausted, their will did not allow them to lose heart. The Raikage and Minato used their speed, trying to confuse or seal Madara, but it was all in vain. So he lit up, immediately thinking that Kabuto had cancelled the technique and broke the contract with him. But he still continued to glow. His Susanoo disappeared. Taking this opportunity, Tsunade treated the old man. Gaara covered him with sand and gave him the shape of a quadrangular pyramid. The Mizukage strengthened everything with solidified lava. Anoki held back the entire structure so that he could not get out. The Raikage and Minato sealed him, but soon everyone saw that he flew to heaven. We fulfilled our duty to the people. Now the second Madara remains with Naruto. Tsunade, immediately after healing everyone, fell without strength and chakra. She, as the only doctor, was pretty exhausted. Now all the Kage decided to disperse. Gaara made something like a stretcher for Tsunade and, together with Anoki, carried her to the medical headquarters. The Raikage and the fourth Hokage went to help Naruto and the Mizukage went to gather all the troops and check that all the resurrected were sent back. Haha. I can imagine Toby's face when he saw that he was left alone in this war. This war has already been won by us. One man in the field is not a warrior, isn't it, Kushina? Karin smiled as she read and studied the seals for the barrier. There were many disagreements in technology, which the girl immediately resolved, and also sealed the necessary information about those who should be in the barrier into scrolls. Naruto's blood was sealed in one scroll. A part of the body is always the best to tell about something. Moreover, she had the blood of all her friends sealed, so that if anything happened, she could help in the war or be found after it ended. In the second scroll she wrote everything she knew about Toby. Karin, you are too young to understand the seriousness of the war. In my opinion, he is stronger than he seems, then he was just mocking us. Okay, Karin agreed, so as not to start an argument. I'm finished. Are we going to take the scrolls to the battlefield? Go yourself. You have fast techniques, I will only slow you down. Besides, there are so many scrolls here, I can learn many useful techniques. Okay, I'll go. The girl managed to restore her chakra, so she could calmly use her technique. Entering Sannin mode, she quickly ran. Immediately climbing the trees, she began to demolish and break small and not so small branches. But she did not notice this, just as she did not feel pain. She didn't know how the battle was progressing there or whether it was progressing at all. After all, it is still unknown who is stronger. Then Toby did not fight at full strength. Although, now Naruto will be able to use the chakra of the Nine Tails longer, he will also be able to be in the form of the Kyuubi, because now they work harmoniously, although Kurama often yells at Naruto because of his stupidity, and Naruto is offended by him because he is too serious. But still, despite their discord, the girl was completely calm. The barrier technique that she refined, because when the barrier itself was developed there were no strong techniques yet, which exist in their time, was prepared for all occasions in life. The person who uses it cannot die inside the barrier, he, as it were, protects it, just as the enemy or parts of his body cannot move to other worlds or use techniques with movement. Karin modified this barrier so that even if the person who created the barrier fights for a long time and spends a lot of chakra on techniques, then the people who surround the barrier can at any time take full responsibility for the barrier upon themselves and invest their chakra. All the time she was moving, the girl was thinking about how to explain the meaning of this technique. It only dawned on her when she saw Guy and Kakashi fighting, and Naruto collecting natural chakra for hermit mode. When the girl ran up to Naruto, she saw a large toad appear. At first she thought that Naruto had done it, but when she heard someone screaming on the back of the toad, it immediately became clear that it was Jiraiya. His spectacular appearance was not long in coming, jumping and rolling down the toad's back. The hermit did not land very softly, but Minato immediately gave him a hand, and the raikage was already trying to hit Toby. Then Karin realized that they would definitely give her time to tell Naruto the technique. When the guy entered Sannin mode and opened his eyes, he immediately saw a girl in front of him. Karin was already laying out the scrolls, taking one and running up to Naruto. "Hello." I immediately sat down next to the guy. "I found and refined an excellent technique, only you will have to fight him alone, but we will always be with you and luck itself is on your side. I will fight him, because I am Hokage. What is needed there? Okay, I know that you don't like to write, so I've already done this work. I will arrange the scrolls myself, and I will also support the barrier. You must sign this scroll." The guy immediately bit his finger, as if in an invitation, and signed. "Also, do you have a lot of chakra?" "Yes, if there is not enough, Kurama will give it to his own. Moreover, now I can take the full form of a fox." The guy stood up, already preparing to attack Toby. After all this time he was trying to get the weapons of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Since his goal is not Naruto, but the revival of the Ten Tails, Toby must be convinced or killed. Karin signaled that Naruto was ready. The guy immediately made shadow clones and went on the attack. The girl laid out scrolls at a great distance. Toby managed to notice this and tried to run away, but Jiraiya stopped him by hitting him in the stomach with his fist so that he flew away. Karin immediately made a barrier. Obito realized that now he had a good opportunity to seal the Nine Tails, but as soon as he tried to seal it with the Sharingan, severe pain immediately appeared throughout his body, as if he was being thrown from side to side. Not understanding, why can't he use his technique, he stopped using it. He didn't even try to move to another place. Naruto started talking to him. "Why do you need the Ten Tails? Do you think that if all people are under the influence of genjutsu, then there will be peace here? What good will it do if everyone is no better than vegetables? We have a lot of quarrels, insults, murders and misfortunes, but we also have a lot of friends, loved ones, relatives, and with them we can survive all the bad things. Moreover, I promised that I would bring peace, Jiraiya-sensei, Dad. Nagato believed in me, everyone who is fighting in this war. You won't bring anything. They are fighting for their worthless lives, and when I complete my Red Moon plan, it won't matter. I will make this world without wars and killings. You don't think that the Sharingan is my only weapon, and even if so, I can take control of the Nine Tails, just like you." Obito tried to take control of Kurama. He began to succeed. Red chakra started coming out of Naruto and he was in pain. Kurama understood that he would now be taken under control again. It was unpleasant to realize this. He also understood that in this war he was on Naruto's side only because he did not want to be under control again. "Naruto, don't you dare lose. You're the Hokage. If he defeats you now, then everything was in vain. Take my chakra for yourself and defeat him." Kurama gave a lot of chakra to Naruto, after which he was able to come to his senses. Immediately taking the form of a fox, he had to bend over as the barrier turned out to be small. "Karin!" the guy shouted. "Already." The girl began to invest more chakra in maintaining the barrier and it increased several times. Toby could no longer control the fox, since almost all of his chakra had transferred to Naruto and now the guy was not going to give up. The guy made several of his usual shadow clones, which in turn made large Rasen shurikens, but none of them could hit Toby. Obito used the element of fire and sent a large fireball at Naruto in the form of a fox. Now he could not dodge, so he used a Rasengan to dispel the enemy's technique. If you don't give up your idea, I'll have to kill you. Naruto decided to ask one last time, because he didn't want to kill a man even after what he had done. After Karin increased the barrier, she unwittingly found herself inside the barrier, but she was not allowed to fight, and so much chakra was spent on maintaining the barrier. In general, she did not understand how she ended up in it, because only the one who gave his blood and his enemy can be in it. But it seems that the girl has not fully developed this technique, and now she, who cannot fight and use chakra, is located right between Naruto and Toby. No matter how bad it was, Toby had already decided to use the girl as bait. He attacked her, but the guy threw him away with his tail, and since Obito again tried to use his moving technique, he again felt this pain. Now the pain was worse. It felt like he was being torn apart from the inside, but he was able to get up immediately. Since the Uchihas were good at using fire, he covered his entire body with it, but it seemed that the fire did not harm him. While they were fighting there, a lot of white Zetsu came from somewhere and everyone else who was there fought with them. Naruto decided to use large Rasengans and even hit several times. When Toby is covered in fire, he cannot move quickly. Almost all of Toby's chakra went into that fire barrier. He cannot move quickly. Almost all of Toby's chakra went into that fire barrier. He cannot move quickly. Almost all of Toby's chakra went into that fire barrier. Naruto, realizing that neither he nor his opponent would last long, decided to end everything with one blow. Gathering the last chakra in his hand, he launched a huge Rasengan straight at Obito, causing him to pass out, but not die. It's a pity. The girl removed the barrier. Naruto, having made many clones from the remnants of chakra, killed all the white Zetsu. The Raikage decided to imprison Toby in a maximum security prison. They even had a building ready for this. Although, it was built for Sasuke, because he wanted to take B, well, now she will still be useful. Minato agreed to be taken by the Raikage, because now the war was over, and he didn't really want to start a new war and argue about who would get the criminal. Jiraiya still thought that he had raised a good student and that it was Naruto who could make this world without wars. Now they all went to the nearest medical headquarters, although many people were coming towards them. It looked like they were all going to go back to their villages, and then when all the Kage decided what would happen next. They could live peacefully in peace. A world without war and violence. All Kage agreed that Toby should be in prison. This prison did not allow him to use even the simplest techniques. They also now knew all the weaknesses, techniques and strengths of each village. It was simply unreasonable to start a war against any village, so they agreed not to attack or kill ninjas of another village unless there was a great need for it. Although the secrets of the village, their most hidden techniques remained known only to a select few, there will remain with them. So they decided to go home. The Hokage decided to leave Naruto behind. Minato wanted to live a quiet life with Kushina, while she and Karin studied a bunch of new sealing techniques. Then Minato decided to help them and his son. Jiraiya came to Tsunade every day, bringing sake while she was unconscious. As soon as she came to her senses, she again began to eat a lot and regain her strength. Then a caring friend brought her a lot of ramen. I watched in amazement how she could eat so quickly and so much. Although Shizune was not allowed to leave the hospital, Tsunade, having fully recovered, went on a date with Jiraiya. She understood herself, remembered how worried she was when she thought that he had been killed and told him not to walk around other people's villages anymore. Asuma had a child. Shikamaru, Ino and Choji came to see him every day. Still, they were glad that Karin saved him. Kiba and Hinata decided to live together, although their parents, of course, were shocked, but they realized in time that their children had grown up and could live separately. During the war, Hinata came up with several new powerful techniques, but they still decided to appoint Niji as the head of the clan, although she was not very worried about this. After that, when Karin became ill right during training and was taken to the hospital, Naruto immediately came there. Shizune told the guy that he would soon have a child. Naruto almost jumped with happiness. Karin, the main thing is don't worry. What is it? The girl started to get angry. It seems that the guy didn't start the conversation very well. We will have a child. Naruto said with a wide smile. What? How so? Why are you laughing? Do you have any idea what children are? As always, without waiting for an answer. Damn, I see you don't understand at all what direction the situation has gone. The girl said more calmly. Having completely calmed down, she confronted Naruto with the fact that now he definitely wouldn't escape from her. Having thought well, the girl decided that she now had her own family and, although she still missed her parents, she could not leave her unborn child and future husband. It's better to leave everything as it is. After all, it will be better this way. This is where the story ends.